What's up, everybody? Invited Boy, this is my channel. I got my cat with me. She decided she wanted to be here right from the get-go. I know. And you've been very demanding about requiring my attention, so you're gonna be really mad when I have to start doing other things too. She is a relatively needy cat. But, you know, is there a cat that isn't needy? Like, we all act like well, okay, it's commonly, cats are commonly viewed as being very independent, aloof, standoffish creatures. But the flip side of it is once you have a cat that's attached to you, they become some of the neediest critters you've ever seen. So they live a life, they live a life of their own inner dichotomy, their own inner conflict of wanting to hate everyone, but also demanding everyone's attention always. Isn't that right? I know. You're very cute. So if it looks like I'm, you know, a misbehaving child looking at his phone in the middle of class, it's because I have my cat, and I mean, it's arguably more important than staring at my phone during class, but so hopefully everyone is having a good day. It's Monday, which isn't ever the most exciting thing, but here we are. But yeah, it's been a long time since the last time we did a writing stream. I don't even honestly know exactly when the last writing stream was. It was at least 2 weeks ago at this point in time. And that just seems wrong. That's just not, that ain't right. That just ain't right. So we're gonna do some writing today. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really even remember what we were doing last time we were writing. So we're just gonna kind of go for it. Like, I know what section of our campaign we're on and all that kind of stuff. So I know roughly what we're working on, but I don't remember what we got done last time. So but that's okay, because I have a lot of thoughts on what I want to do with this section. So I mean, in a lot of ways, it's fun. We can just kind of start fresh with it. So I'm gonna swing us over to our live camera feed. Camera feed, but you know what I mean. Yeah, and I'm just gonna, as always, I'm gonna have us warm up a little bit with our Sorry if my mouse is clumsy. It's because my cat Leela, her positioning has made me have to really adjust where my keyboard sits. And long story short, I have a big desk mat that I run chords under, kind of along the sides. So in the center, everything is smooth and fine, but you get towards the sides and there's a couple lumps, right? Because just to make it look pretty, I do my chord management going under the mat. But now the mouse is like running over some of the chords, and the lumps make it so the mouse doesn't always work great. So I'm not stroking out. I just have a cat on my lap, which is, I mean, functionally kind of the same thing, but isn't that right? I know. So cute. Okay, all right. Let me try. I'm gonna try and show her without disturbing. You have a very good point. Exact approach. There she is, my little one-eyed cretin. She's very adorable, and she knows it. I know. There you are. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. See, I told you. I always tell you, Leela, you are more popular than me. It's true every time. Whenever she makes an appearance. I am doing well, thank you. I hope the same for you. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's a butthole, but she's a sweetheart, as cats are wont to be. They really toe that line, don't they, of being the best and worst all at the same time. Yeah, I know. She and I have the typical fake contentious relationship. Alrighty. I know. She's gonna hang out here, and then there's gonna come a time when she's gonna be bored of being on my lap during the stream. At which point she's going to stand up, and she will do one of two things. She will either stand in front of one of the monitors, making it difficult for me to continue writing, or she will stand off to the side and wag her tail back and forth and knock the microphone with it so that it deafens everyone. She will do one of those two things, just to ensure that even upon departure, she remains the center of attention. But she's purring quite heavily right now, so she'll probably stick around for a little bit. Ah, boy. Go ahead and do some writing here. Okay, so I'm gonna do our usual warm-up of continuing to work on some of our magic item project that we've been doing. We're working on, for anyone who doesn't know, the project is I'm taking every spell within D&D 5e and turning it into a rune that can then be put on an item to make magical items, because it's way more fun than just giving players a +2 sword or whatever. It invokes a lot of chaos. It sometimes is a broken system, and I love that. I have always said that the more chaos that's happening in my D&D games, the better. And I don't mean that as in like chaotic random, oh, I try to kill a child type of thing. I just mean like the more wacky magical things that are happening when people are attacking and stuff like that, the better. You know, some people really like to really ratchet tightly the rules and everything. I'm not that guy. I'm 100% rule of cool. Not to the extent of if it's cool, I allow it, but to the extent of you must do cool things, otherwise I don't allow it. Okay, maybe not that severe, but point is we're going to keep working on our rune system, and we're presently on the level 6 abjuration spells, making here she got bored. Now we're gonna we're choosing to whack the microphone. You can see her tail. Yeah, bonk, there it goes. What did I tell you? I know my cat. Oh, good. Now I can adjust my stuff back here. Alright, anyway. Glory hog. Oh, she's gonna go in the corner. Watch the chair in the above my, it looks like the right hand. There she is. She's gonna go lay on that chair so she can still remain the center of attention. Yeah, I see you back there. Anyway. I should just give up trying to do the Dungeons and Dragons or the writing stuff and just have a stream where all I do is I follow my cat around and we just watch her and all of her catly things. I could have a 4-hour stream of her sleeping in the exact same spot, and it would be more popular than anything I could do, because that's just how cats are. Anyway, make a rune. Abjuration spells. Come on, go to the abjuration spells. Internet, stop being slow. Well, they do random cat stuff. It's pretty close to DMing most part. You know what? Honestly, yes. That is a very good point. I mean, the term herding cats does exist for probably that exact reason, because it's roughly the same thing. Are we not going to work today? Internet, why are we? Is it just D&D Beyond, our convenient resource for looking at all this stuff online so I can show people rather than just like having a book that no one else can see? I'll go grab my book if I have to. I don't understand why it's being butthole-ish right now. Let me see if it's just D&D. Oh, there it goes. As soon as I go away, there it is. Gosh, it's like it's sentient. Even the internet is acting like a cat now. As soon as you don't pay attention, that's when it does what you want it to do. Just a bunch of turd burglars surrounding me today. All right, anyway, we'll leave loot gen open. We'll probably use that before the day's over. We need level 6. Level 6 spells. These are getting to some powerful runes, which I love. Absolutely love. That's the funny thing, too. We can talk about, like, how trying to corral players during a session is like trying to herd cats, and I'm only promoting that. Like I'm only promoting that by creating a system like this that just gives my character or my players more opportunities to cause absolute mayhem in the middle of a session. But honest to God, I love it. I love it when there's like people attacking friends and there's 7 different area effect things going on. I love it. It like the more Benny Hill battles and events can be in a game, the happier I am. Because I just love the insanity and the chaos. It's like life itself, and it's really funny too, because as a person, I prefer a lot of like order and control and like schedule to my days. I'm very regimented in how I approach my life. But maybe that's why I like my games that way. It's like it's a good release. It's a good yin to the yang of my everyday life. All right, so we're gonna work on Forbiddance, which just sounds awesome. Just a cool spell title. Forbiddance. Forbiddance. It's the forbid dance. You dance around and it forbids people. Forbid dance. Boy. Oops, hold up. Bots, be gone! Be gone, bot! I don't like bots. There's already enough commercials in our everyday life. We don't need more. Alright, anyway. So, the process is, as always, just put the spell as written, and then we kind of massage the language to make it fit a rune type of setting. Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel and like retype everything. God, that would take forever. All right. Let's see here. You create a ward against magical travel that protects up to 40,000 square feet of floor space to a height of 30 feet above the floor. That's a big area. That's a really big area. I've never had a player use this spell before, and when you look at that, it's like, good lord, that is that's a big old ward of forbid dancing. Okay, so instead of you create, it's going to be the item creates. Actually, what we'll say is the item emanates, because we're putting this on an item, right? It's a rune. Emanates a ward against magical travel that protects up to 40,000 square feet of floor space to a height of 30 feet above. Instead of the floor, we're going to say above the item. For the duration, creatures can't teleport into the area or use portals, such as those created by the gate spell, to enter the area. The spell proofs the area against planar travel, and therefore prevents creatures from accessing the area by way of the astral plane, ethereal plane, Feywild, Shadowfell, or the plane shift spell. That's honestly just fine. That's great. So the item it'll definitely have to be one that's like limited. It's not going to be something that will just like always emanate this thing. Otherwise, boy oh boy, that would be inconvenient, because if you wanted to be the one traveling, then you're sort of stuck and in a bad situation. So this one will definitely be like a it'll definitely be activated by like a command word of some sort. In addition, the spell damages types of creatures that you choose when you cast it. Oh my god. Choose one or more of the following: celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. When a chosen creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, the creature takes 5d10 radiant or necrotic damage, your choice, when you cast the spell. So a lot of times with these, what I'll do is I'll modify this a little bit. And what I'm gonna do, because when I'm making an item like this, when I'm making a rune, I like it to be a very static, very specific thing, rather than something that like acts exactly like a spell. Because the way I see magic is just sort of like a flowing form of energy within, the world. And so when you cast magic, you're basically using yourself as a conduit, which means you have the ability to sort of modify yourself as the conduit, which is why you can sort of modify spells and like choose the type of creature and everything. But when it's an item like this, it makes much more sense to me for it to be sort of a more static thing. So whenever a spell says choose one or more of the following, I always say instead of like when casting, it's when you imbue the item. So when the item is first imbued with the rune to be made into an enchanted one, that's when you decide. So it will permanently be a ward against whatever of these you choose, and you can like choose those, whatever combination of those, all or none. But that's kind of how I do it. Oh, what do you got for me? Homebrewed a sentient item. Spellcaster could use to concentrate on a spell for them. The item could concentrate on one spell and they could concentrate on another. Yes! Oh, I like that. Oh, yeah, I like that. Yeah, yeah, like the items are a static thing. It's like trying to think about, like, I guess I kind of look at it like, this is just a really off the cuff example. It's not the best one, but assume the that magic is like a pool of water, right? And it's like, if you're the one doing the splashing of the water, you can change how big the splash is, how like widespread the splash is. Meanwhile, a rock will always splash kind of the same way when you drop it in the pool, right? That's kind of how I view it. It's like the rock doesn't have the ability to make different splashes. It's got like permanent affixed traits that make it so that it always affects water roughly the same way. Meanwhile, there's like you as a person who could like splash it with an open hand or with a closed hand, right? You could try to like pencil dive and have a tiny splash, or you can belly flop and have a big splash. You know, it's like that. That's how I kind of view it. Um, I mean, it's not the perfect analogy, but also it's magic, so there's nothing that's going to be exactly right. But the other thing, too, to your idea about sentience, so with all of these runes and stuff, I always set it up so that, like, the process of imbuing is sort of a crafting thing, and depending on how good or bad the player who's doing that is at doing magical things, they may accidentally make the item sentient or cursed, depending on how things play out. So there's always the chance that such things could happen. Usually, though, when they're sentient, rather than being able to concentrate on anything, it just gives them, like, the way I kind of do it is it gives them it gives the item a personality, and it will have like a slight extra benefit that it kind of always does that benefit, but it can always do that benefit. Dresden Files. I've never read that, but I feel like someone sort of explained the magic of that series, and I feel like I remember thinking that it was a kind of a good explanation for how it all works. I remember liking what people were telling me about it. Too many things to read. I can't ever read through everything that I want to read. It's a real blight upon my life. I always say if I could have one superpower, it would be to be able to control time. Namely, to pause it. I don't even need to be able to go backwards or forward in time. I just want to pause it. I want to be able to pause time so that way I can read all the books that I want, get all the sleep that I want, play all the games that I want, and then, you know, unpause when I have to do things like that involve other people, and then otherwise just pause time so I can do all of the individual things that I've ever wanted to do. Do you want back up, kitty? Yeah, do you want to come back up? I kind of miss the days when you would jump on the desk rather than insisting on jumping on my lap. I know. Do you want to be on my lap? You can be on my lap. What are you looking for, kitty? We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, come here. Come on and snuggle up. You can hang out on my lap. That's fine. You can be my editor. I know. Oh yeah, listening to audiobooks. Yeah, I used to do a lot of driving for my job too. I these days my job requires significantly less driving, so I don't do it. But yeah, podcasts and audiobooks. I used to get through a lot of them that way. The one pitfall in not having that job anymore, but it's kind of like the only one, so it was the right move. But okay, kitty, are you gonna hang out here, or are you gonna spend another 15 minutes here and then get bored and leave again? We'll know in 15 minutes. Oh my gosh, my allergies are just not fun today. Apparently I don't know how to spell emanates. Anyway, yeah. So what's up? What is it? I know, kitty. Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Thank you for the kisses. Oh, boy. Am I going to publish these runes? So many people have asked me to do that. One of these days I probably will, and just, like, put them up on what's it called? Drive Through RPG. One of these days I'll probably do it. But I'm going to, like, it won't happen until I have a day when I actually have time to do it. My life is a very busy one, which I love. It's pretty much all stuff that I choose. So I'm very happy with how busy my life is. But my life is very busy, and it's hard for me to find time to, like, properly format. I might look and see if there's an easy way for me to just, like, publish it in this OneNote format, so I can just, like, make a copy of this notebook and share it with people. But a lot of people have asked about that, and so there's a very good chance that I will, because I love this system, and I think it would be a really fun way to... I think it's a good way for a lot of people to be able to inject a lot of fun and customizability to their players. Because, like, the reason I started doing this, bye, kitty. Josh, now we're going to go ahead and sit in front of the monitor. There we go. That's a good kitty. There you go. Yeah, lay down so that way every time you move your foot, you kick the mouse. That's perfect. But I started this project because I wanted to give, like, it kind of actually was born of the fact that I always thought it was too bad that I would have players who would start off a campaign with, like, these really cool weapons that have, like, cool backstories, and then the first second they find a +1 hammer or whatever, they say, screw that weapon with backstory. Sorry, Grandpa, you and your orc-slaying sword of magical powers. I found myself a +1 sword of rusted bullshit, right? And it's like, I always thought that was too bad, so I sort of started doing this project as a way to offer them runes to improve their weapons as opposed to just ditching out weapons. And with the nature of magic being like all these kind of fancy, fun, different spells and stuff, it was just a better way for people to, like, sort of, you know, like, customize their weapons to be more flavored, you know, to go along with it. So it's like, because, you know, and then also with the idea of, rather than finding like rare or epic or historic or heroic weapons or whatever, they are the ones making it, right? So it's like, if there's ever one campaign that finishes up and in the same group we start another one, you can, like, do callbacks to these cool items. So it's a really fun project, and I really like doing it, and I think it's really fun. My players enjoy, you know, having access to runes and stuff like that. So it's definitely a system that I encourage other people to be able to use and stuff. So one of these days I will, because I love the idea of people liking the stuff that I come up with enough to use it. But I gotta find time. If enough people keep bothering me about it, eventually I'll cave and I'll make time for it, and, like, I'll find a way to like put a pause on something else or carve some time out. Like, one of these days, like, I've got a vacation coming up in a little over a month, and, like, maybe one of those days I'll, like, bring my, like, when I go on that vacation, I'll bring my laptop with me, so that way if it rains, then it's like I'll get it done then or something like that. But yeah, no, a lot of people have asked, so it's definitely sort of like a back burner project in my mind. So if all y'all keep bothering me about it. Kitty, oh my god, this cat. Hold on. Hold on, look at this cat. Look at her. Oh, I gotta, like, figure out how to angle the thing. Look at her, she's just laying there. I know, yeah. We're watching you. You're so adorable. Like, stop putting the camera on me. Like, I want to be the center of your attention, not the world's attention. That a little bit better. I know, kitty. Little fuzzball. But yeah, one of these days. Okay, so in addition, the spell. In addition, I gotta figure out how to word this. Damages types of creatures that you choose. Instead of when you cast it, we'll say when you imbue the item. Imbue the item with the rune. Excuse me. Choose one or more of the following: celestials, elementals, fey, fiends, and undead. And probably what I would do is, like, the more creatures they want the character or the player wants to make be impacted by this thing, like, the more that they want to do, I would probably have it be a more intensive crafting project. You know, and with increased chance of things kind of going wrong, which will, like, be an increased chance to make it sentient or cursed or something like that. But we'll get to that. Choose one or more of the following: Celestial's Fey Fiend. When a chosen creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, the creature takes 5d10 radiant or necrotic damage. Your choice when you cast the spell. Hey, Gabby, how's it going? I'm having a good day. Thank you for asking. I hope the same's true for you. So yeah, when you cast this spell, you can designate a password. Okay, so in this one, it's going to be when you imbue an item with this spell. When you imbue an item with this spell, instead of you can designate it, it's like you have to. That's the way you activate and deactivate it. You designate a password. A creature that speaks the password as it enters the area takes no damage from the spell. Kitty, I am not falling for that. She's getting all like, okay, the cat is now on the desk, rolling over, being all like, pet my tummy, do it, give me tummy scritches. But I know you. And I know you are 100% the kind of cat that's a trap. I know it is. Don't give me that innocent look like I'm talking nonsense, because it happens every time. Every time. You little turd. Oh my goodness gracious, this cat. He is really hamming it up today. One of these days I will get a second camera and we will set up cat cam. It's got 3 levels of rogue. Oh, it's more than 3. All 9 of her lives are maxed out at rogue. I know. Yeah. Okay. A creature that speaks the password as it enters the area takes no damage from the spell. The spell's area can't overlap with the area of another forbidden spell. If you cast Forbiddance every day for 30 days in the same location, the spell lasts until it is dispelled, and the material components are consumed on the last casting. So what we'll do is, until it is dispelled. Okay, here's what I want to do. Until it's dispelled. I'm going to change this a little bit, because I think this will make it more interesting. Until it's dispelled, or the item is moved, at which point the imbibement. I always use imbibement just because enchantment is a school of magic. And so if I say enchantment when there's like the enchantment school, things get kind of weird. Even though we would colloquially use enchantment rather than imbibement or imbuing. But that's why I use the weird words for it. Okay, but yeah, so or the item is moved, at which point the imbibement is broken and the item no longer has the properties of the spell. So it's essentially, if you use this item and eventually turn it into a permanent fixture, when you move it, when you like disassemble this permanent fixture, like, because I would assume that someone would want to do that on, like, if they've got a secret hideout or something like that, right? You know, you've got your castle, that's your lair, your you know, Superman's lair, whatever. It would, like, you create that item with this there so that no one can come in or out, but as soon as you take that away, you're essentially like dismantling it, and so you have to get a new item if you want the lair to be, you know, or that item to work again. You have to re-imbibe it, or you have to get a completely new one. Is sort of the idea that I have there. I think that makes it a bit more interesting. Within the scope of a single game, I bet it actually wouldn't do a whole lot, because I bet not many people would bother setting that up. But I think the potential for it to be there is an interesting thing. And I think it actually would be an interesting thing to have in place, like a rule of this imbibement to have established if I planted an item that has this thing on it, right? So it's like if they try to take it from a different location that they go to, it'll destroy the item. So they have to, like, you know, if they wanted to try and loot it, they might have to find a different way to get it. You know, if they wanted to try and do it, they might have to find a different sort of magic that can counteract that or something like that. But yeah. Okay, I like that. I think that's cool. Let's get our mechanics there. Mostly it's just reiterating what's up here. Casting time 10 minutes. So because we're putting it on an item, we won't do that, but we'll have the duration be 1 day. So, and then how it's cast, we'll say how it's cast. Command word is spoken while holding the item. Always how I do that. Do cantrips. Oh yeah, I absolutely have done cantrips. The cantrips get kind of tricky though, because of just the nature of, like, a cantrip, typically speaking, being something that you're supposed to be able to cast at will. But the cantrips are actually really fun, because rather than being an item that can cast a spell, a lot of them turn into, they just sort of subtly change the nature of the item. So it's like, you know, if it's a fire-based cantrip, rather than like once per day your sword can shoot fireballs, instead it's just like the way I would do those ones, it's like, yeah, the sword also has like a subtle, heat magic to it, and it can cause 1d4 burning damage with each hit, right? Something like that. So the cantrips are like really, really fun when it comes to like attacking or defense, right? Because you can also have sort of like some background defensive stuff. So it's like those ones get really interesting. Those ones are like almost better for items than like these really powerful ones. These really powerful ones are better for or better for weapons and stuff, whereas these really powerful spells like this are kind of better for a specialty item that you just kind of keep tucked in your pocket for an emergency situation. But yeah, the cantrips were fun. And when we loop around to a new school of magic, we'll do more of them, and it can be we can get some pretty wacky stuff going when you reach those ones. Okay, range was okay. It's like 40,000 square feet, right? How do they have it written in the spell? Yeah, range area touch to 40,000 square feet. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and copy that. 40,000 feet. They don't really have the. Yeah, they don't have the like the same. I never understand. This is the one thing that I don't really care for in OneNote. I'm sure there's a programming reason that I don't understand because I know jack about programming, but I never understand why OneNote doesn't just have like all of the word processing powers of Microsoft Word. Like, it's all Microsoft. Why didn't they just like why isn't it just Word but with the ability to have a tabbed document? Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's a programming reason why that would be too much. Like, maybe it would just make the program too bloated or something. But I'm always like, I don't understand why you would lessen the word processing ability of OneNote. Like, maybe that's just to justify the fact that it is a free program that anyone can get. But then also, then that begs the question, well then, you know, if I'm doing a paid, you know, account, like a paid Microsoft 365 account, then maybe I should have access to even more word processing stuff. I don't know. It's weird to me. But we'll just do square feet. Let's do it that way. 40,000 square feet for the range. And then the duration is boop, there we go. 1 day. And then these ones we don't really need. Those are really just there in case there's like a special save that someone needs to make regarding it. Just so that way it's there for posterity. I don't know that we need any additional notes. I think this one's all good to go. That's usually just if there's some sort of like weird wonky situation that needs clarification when converting something. But usually just in the script of it, it's kind of taken care of on its own. So, okay, so now the other things, type of item it can enchant. So this one, because sometimes depending on the nature of the spell, it's like it can only be put on a weapon or something like that. For the most part, any of them can be put on any item, but there's some of them that just don't lend themselves to anything. Like, you know, a movement-based spell, it just doesn't really make sense to like be able to put that on an axe, right? It's like, yeah, you put that on shoes or on clothing or something like that. Something like this is basically any item, but we'll in parentheses do best put on items that can be placed and left in a location, right? So it's like best to put that on a small statue, or just even if you have a rock that you know, somehow, like it's a painted rock, it's your pet rock, you know, you put it on there so that way you can just kind of leave that item around someplace, preferably discreet, but it can be put on any item. You can put it on your, you know, +7 Sword of Massacre, right, if you want to, but you have to be prepared to like leave the item. I guess in theory, the item you could find familiar item stuff. I like that. That's, God, everything is wonderful when magic is an option, isn't it? But yeah, like, I guess actually the way this is written, you can activate it and just keep it in your pocket so that like you can just always have a protective thing. And actually, now that I think about it, I like the idea of doing that for the example item. I always put an example item just so that way I have like an example whenever I come back to it, sometimes it's hard to come back to these things and wonder like what I had in mind when I was writing it. So I try to always provide an example for things when I'm creating up a rule system, so that way I can look back and be like, oh, I see kind of what I was getting at. And also it's just fun to come up with an example item. So for this one, I actually have my thought on this one is, although actually one thing I can do is we can go back to my my imbibement notes. So I have consistency guidelines for myself about how rare items will be based on the power of the spell level, basically, to help keep things consistent, because I don't want like a level 9 spell to be as common as a cantrip one. You know, that doesn't make sense just because of how much more power they would require to create and everything. So I have these kind of these consistency guides. So a level 6 an item imbibed with a level 6 equivalent spell is like a world famous item. These items are truly items of legends. They are the beloved items of world fame, owned by champions known the world over. They strike fear and awe in the hearts of those who encounter them. Wars have been ended by the stroke of a weapon of this nature, and sometimes the power of the gods themselves is invoked with an item like this. These items are usually very special gifts or very special requests. Oftentimes, the cost of these goes beyond simple monetary value. These items will have special names and would be highly valued as part of a museum or personal collection, right? So I like the idea of this one being, I had two ideas in mind. One of them was focused on the doing damage to like certain types of creatures, and the other one was being like a protective item for like a person of nobility, right? Like they did it, and so that they wouldn't be like, you know, assassinated as easily because you couldn't just teleport into the area there. But what I actually think would be really fun with this one, is I want to do I gotta kind of come up with a random name here. It doesn't really matter. But the item that I have in mind is there's a priest that was like a famous exorcist, and it's because he had this item, and he would just like he would use that item whenever he entered there to get like fiends and devils and undead and stuff like that to just like, you know, die, and all he would have to do is activate the little item that he kept in his pocket, right? And I almost like the idea of it being like a Catholic priest that had this spell imbued on like a cross or something, which is beautiful not only because of the blasphemy of magically imbuing a cross, but also just because I think it'd be hilarious to have like this guy that has this like very tangible, very powerful magical item as he's like walking towards, you know, a demon, and just like something out of a movie, just the power of Christ compels you, and like just obliterating things. So I'm gonna commit to that one, but we're gonna avoid being a little too on the nose with it, and we're going to no, it's just the AC, sweetie, it's fine. We're right next to the desk is right next to the wall that has the AC unit, and it can be kind of loud when it kicks on, and it definitely just startled the kitty. It's okay, honey. No, it's okay. It's just me. I know. You're startled. It's loud. It's fine. You know the AC. It happens many times a day, all summer long, every summer you've lived here, which, like, this is summer number 2. Summer number 2. No. Wait. Summer number 3 she's been with me. Good Lord. Years pass, man. Years pass. I know. It's the same AC unit. It's loud and it's bothersome, but there's nothing we can do about it because we don't have money to find a better place. So we're at the one with a very noisy AC unit. We're just thankful we have AC at all. Honestly, that's a miracle in and of itself. All right. Example item. We're gonna call it Monk. Monk Hernandez. Hernandez? No, Monk Hernandez. I'm just coming up with a random name. Monk Hernandez. Curse. Monk Hernandez. Curse. Quelling. Cross. I don't know. There we go. Why not? Okay. Monk Hernandez was a world famous exorcist at one point in time, thanks to his immensely powerful cross that he carried around his neck. Whenever he was hired to handle a haunting, what's the friggin' possession? That's right, a haunting, possession. Just an S. There's so many S's in the word possession. The word possession possesses a lot of S's. It possesses the S's. That's I should become a rapper just so I can use that line. Haunting, possession, or other encounter with an evil creature or spirit, he would utilize his cross to easily quell the creature. His services were sought after the world over. And we just like end it there. We don't need a whole lot of other things. You can just kind of leave it there. So there's an example item that just kind of exemplifies the idea that it was an item that could be carried around and activated and used, and it was very powerful, right? So it's just, like I say, just a sort of a little example. The other thing that's fun about it is a lot of times I'll plop those example items down in the world for players to encounter an item rather than just a copy of the rune, which I quite enjoy. So, what are you... Oh, she has now noticed. The kitty has now noticed the mouse. The mouse cursor. I really wish I had another camera so that I could share this simple joy of distracting her with a mouse cursor. Cats are incredible. Always. So okay, so my cat has one eye, right? Like saw when I pointed the camera at her, she has one eye, and it's super adorable because it makes her much more interested in things on like TV and computer screens than any other animal I've ever had in my life. And I think it's because with only the one eye, right, she doesn't have depth perception as it is. So like things on the screen appear just as real as things not on the screen to her, is what I imagine. So she'll like sit there and she'll watch like TV with me. It's really funny. Back when I was playing Red Dead Redemption 2 for a while in my living room, she would sit there and like she would stare at the screen whenever I would get on the horse. She found the horses so fascinating in that game, and it was the most adorable thing. It was absolutely adorable. Absolutely adorable. I know, kitty. What's up? Oh, are we leaving? I wasn't making fun of you. You don't gotta be pouty about it. Where are you going? What are you working on, cat? This isn't really a good place for you to stand, honey. You're gonna be hitting me. You're almost hitting me in the face with your tail. I don't know. I'm glad you're happy and wagging your tail. She's like a dog with her tail. I'm glad you're happy, but also please stop. Bye. Alright, there she goes. Alright, so we have our item. We have our basic imbibement kind of planned out, mapped out here. So the next step, now is where things start getting real fun. What happens if our players, while imbibing, you know, their item with the rune, what happens if they mess up and they don't do it exactly right? It could end up being a sentient item, or it could end up being a cursed item. Either way, awesome. This is like my favorite part about this thing, is coming up with ideas for it to be sentient or cursed. So the way I kind of approach this, just so it's like kind of clear, because it's not, an evil item isn't going to be a damaging one, because if that were the case, then that would basically just be the cursed item, right? So the way I see it is, sentient items are the good version of extra powerful, where they want to align themselves with the interests of their owner, regardless of their personality. And cursed items are the ones that want to use and abuse their owner because they're just like bitter, angry items, essentially. So for sentient items, like it's basically I would just do a table and roll for our alignment charts, you know, chaotic good, whatever. And just like whatever those traits are, they kind of blend together to create the personality of this item and give it some special abilities. If it's a good item, it tries to do it does something additional to help the user. And if it's an evil item, it does something additional to screw over the target, is essentially what it is, right? So it's like, in both situations, they want to help the owner. It's just if it's a good item, it does it by directly helping the owner, whereas if it's an evil item, it does it by being a dick to everyone else, right? And if it's lawful, the way I kind of do it with lawful and chaotic, if it's lawful, it has something like it kind of focuses its power, so it's a bit more powerful within a smaller range of space. And if it's chaotic, it dissipates its power, but it has a broader effect, is usually how I like to do it. Something along those lines. Those are very loose fit descriptions, but just so people understand what I'm doing when I write these, because it's not always inherently clear. But like, you know, like it would be difficult to have it be, it would be difficult to sort of in-game explain how, like, because one thought is always, well, you can have it so that a good one will do extra damage to an evil creature or something like that. But I always find that to be a little difficult to have a canon reason for, just because I don't like the lack of nuance involved in just assuming that like all creatures of this type are always evil or always good, right? Nor do I like the idea of something just like magically knowing the intentions of a target, because that's kind of what like evil is, right? Evil doesn't necessarily mean you're outwardly evil. It means you have selfish evil intentions. But an evil person can certainly sound very, very enticing and sweet to the person they're manipulating. You know, so I try to avoid those types of things, just because I don't like the lack of nuance involved in doing it that way. So, anyway, you know, the best way to explain it is by doing examples here. So if it's a good item, what we'll say is the item is very in tune to what is happening on the happening at its own magical barriers. Hey, Prince John, how's it going? Good to see you here. What is happening at its own magical barriers? If any creature is stopped by the powers of the spell, the item will inform the owner, right? So it's like, if there is someone trying to sneak its way through, if something does try to teleport in, right, or if like when it's activated it does do damage to one of the selected types of creatures, it'll be all like, hey, do you know that there's like this guy trying to get in right now, right? And it's like, they can kind of, like, the item will sort of add that warning, because as a baseline, the item just stops creatures. I don't see it as being something that would inform when it stops. So, like, you know, it adds that little extra bit of, like, zhuzh to it. Yeah, exactly. A kind of a free alarm spell. Exactly. You know, like I say, the sentience is like, it's a rare occurrence. So it's like, when it happens, I like it to be a tangible thing other than just the item that occasionally drops a comment. Because it's like, you know, an item that occasionally drops a comment is funny the first couple times you use it. An item that occasionally drops a comment but then also adds powers is awesome every time you use it, right? And it's like, if this is going to be a permanently imbued item, I really like it to be something that's like permanently a cool component of your player's you know, repertoire as they're doing things. So then if it's evil, the item gets real mad if anyone tries to violate its protective bubble. Sends a small shock to anyone trying to push past the magical magical barrier. And because it's a level 6 spell, we'll go ahead and up the oomph a little bit to it. A lot of times just with those things, I just do a small like 1d4. But considering this is like a level 6, we're kind of really getting up there in level. I kind of want to just do a 1d8. 1d8 damage. So it's just like it treats itself like an electric fence. Is what it does. See, so like that's what I mean when it's evil. It's not evil as in like it's going to try and hurt the person using it. Because at that point in time, it's just a cursed item is the way I see it. So the evil one is just, it's a bit of an asshole. And it'll act as such towards the targets or the enemies of the person using the spell. Which I think is just really funny. Alright, so if it's lawful, again, with a lawful, I like to have it be a bit narrower, but a bit more powerful. So I kind of want to do something where it's like maybe it's reduced square feet, but it does something a little more intense. I think, okay, so I'm just reading through the thing to try and see where there's room to sort of add a bit more oomph into what it does, right? Because there's already so many specifications, and the way we have it written is it can potentially affect all of the items or all of the different creature types and all that kind of stuff. So I'm wondering if we can do it might be. So I'm kind of toying with an idea right now of, because it's a sentient item, it has a smaller range of effect, but it's a bit more discerning. And like it can sort of automatically know whether it should do radiant or necrotic damage, and it will choose which one is most appropriate, right? So it's like it's got a narrower range, but it can always choose like the best type of damage done to creatures within it, rather than it just like always doing the necrotic damage up to you. Oh, which actually reminds me that I'm looking at this. Your choice when you imbue the item. Right, so it's like I think that's kind of what I want to go for there. So it has the ability to target. Like this is kind of one of the few instances in which case the item can choose, but it's because it's a sentient item, so it has the ability to sort of think these things through. What I like. Yeah, I think that'll work. Item has a smaller area of effect, but is more discerning in the protections it offers. Oops. Area is only, I'm gonna cut the area in half because 20,000 square feet is still massive. Like 20,000 square feet is massive. Like my apartment is a big apartment. You know, I'm fortunate that I can afford a pretty sizable apartment as just a single person living in it in America. And my apartment is only 1,000 square feet. Like, as a 2-bedroom apartment. So, like, 20,000 is 20 of my apartment all together. That is a big footprint. 40,000 is even bigger. So I'm going to do that. Oh my goodness gracious. Tapping extra keys. Only 20,000 square feet, but the item can choose whether it does radiant or radiant or necrotic damage to enemies. Boom, there we go. The item can choose to allow the creature to teleport in and will not allow that creature to escape. An interesting thought. An interesting thought. The only thing I'm wondering is if that's substantially different than the fact that you can provide a command word, right? Because like there's the password that allows creatures to kind of come in, right? You designate a password. Creature that speaks the password as it enters the area takes no damage from the spell. I guess that doesn't change it. I do like that idea. I do like that idea. Magic circle. That is a good point. There are other things that can play into that. I don't mind that idea as a general thing. But I also almost feel like that can be managed through that can be managed through player intentions, right? Because that, like, essentially what they're doing there is they're allowing a creature to teleport close and then stopping it from escaping. But I feel like just strategic casting of it can kind of handle that, right? Like, you just don't cast it and you lure something to teleport in or lure it close and then you cast it to stop it from getting away. So I think the spell actually almost kind of has that built in. It just requires intelligent use of it. So I like the idea, but I think that's executed best by just letting the players be clever rather than letting the item be clever. Because the other thing I worry about with that is with sentient items, typically speaking, or the DM are the one who acts as the item, and I don't want to be giving away, like, I don't want to be rather taking away too much of like the clever planning stuff, right, by being an item that's smaller or smarter than them because I have like the insider knowledge. And that one's a tough one. Like when it comes to just like casting the right type of or doing the right type of damage, that one's a bit easier because it's like if it's a demon, then obviously you're going to want to do radiant damage, or if it's an undead, or like an undead, you want to do radiant. If it's a celestial, you want to do necrotic. So that one's a little less, like, I just don't like inserting myself as a planner whenever my players are doing stuff, or whenever they're whenever anything like that is going on. I try to avoid that as best I can. But I do like the idea in general. Like, as a play, like, whenever I'm in a situation as a player, if I'm ever there, I'll probably remember that and want to just use that tactic. I like that. Birthday's on the 15th. Happy early birthday, Gabby. That's exciting, for sure. Okay, so now if it's chaotic. So again, with the chaotic, I always like to sort of broaden it, but have it be a little, like, less powerful. So what I'm thinking to do for this one is, I think this is actually really, really easy to kind of think about. This one will say the item has a wider footprint, but is a little less capable than the standard version. So what I'm thinking with this is area is, we'll make it, I'm not going to double it, but if we do 60,000 square feet, which is just absolutely massive square feet, but we'll say, excuse me, but any damage done is only 2d10 damage. So it's got a wider footprint, but it's a little less powerful. Yeah, seriously, like this is like locking down an entire town. Yeah, like it's funny to me that they would do 40,000 square feet as the baseline. Like, that is massive. That is such a large area. Because I feel like that's such a jump from most other spells. Like, almost every other spell is something along the lines of, like, a radius of 60 feet, a radius of, like, 50 feet or whatever. And then suddenly it's like, yeah, 40,000 square feet, the size of a mansion. Like, that's a jump, man. That is a jump. But hey, if they decided that was balanced, I ain't gonna argue it. And like I say, the bigger the better as far as I'm concerned. I love the chaos, so I'm into it. I like it. I don't think we need anything else. I think that kind of covers everything. I think that's great. I think that's a lot of fun. The other thing that's also funny about this system to me too is because you roll on the table, you know, like on the alignment chart tables that exist there. The best is that it is possible for the item to be a true neutral item, in which case it does just become an item that occasionally has like a sarcastic quip or something like that. I think it's I think that's great. I think that's really funny. Just because like the subtle slap to the face to the player who thinks they're gonna get a fun, exciting, sentient item, and then it just like turns out to be it's just like a really neutral board item. It's like basically just Eeyore that just like says things from time to time. That's hilarious. I want the birthday presents early. Yeah, that's true. It does take away a bit of the surprise, but hey, I mean, I guess then you've got the excitement of knowing what you get. That anticipation is still kind of there, so you know, silver lining, kind of, I guess. All right, so let's see here. So now let's talk about if our players really goof up and they accidentally make a cursed item. So the way I do cursed items, I don't like a cursed item to just be like, oh, you put on the ring and now it starts like sucking away your health or anything like that. I try to make a cursed item where it's got like enough of a powerful benefit, like it's got enough of a strong strong improved power that they'll be enticed to use it despite the fact that it will have some negative side effects. Buffering. Yeah, I've noticed I've been dropping a few frames due to network. My internet's being a little fussy today. It doesn't seem to be too bad, but I've been kind of letting it go without troubleshooting. Hopefully it continues. Like, it looks like it's going smooth right now. Hopefully it's going smooth right now. But yeah, I've noticed that it has dropped a couple frames. Not too many, but if it gets worse, if it keeps getting worse, let me know, I guess. But yeah, so yeah, I like the cursed items to be like there's a negative side effect, but there's enough benefit that a player will be willing to like play with fire. Is kind of what I like to do with it. So it's like, because like the thing of it too is I like to try and this is a really it's a really difficult balance to strike because you never know exactly the situation. But I like to try and have the negative things be things that are like, if it only happens once or if it happens in a vacuum, it's not a big deal. But if you do it, if you take the chance and then a couple other things don't go perfectly, then suddenly like you can be like, oh no, it's you know, we're in real big trouble here. You know, so it's like I'll like to do a lot of things where it's like, you know, it'll take away X% of your health. So it's like if you're using it and you're in the back and you think you're safe during combat and then you use it, you might think like, okay, I can sacrifice my health, that's great. And so it's like you use it and then all of a sudden you get hit by some other area effect thing and suddenly like you're dying. It's like, oh shoot, you know, that was a bad risk. It was I did it wrong. You know, so like I try to toe that line if I can. There's DM cards. I don't know. I think that sounds pretty awesome. DM cards sound great. Any sort of D&D tool sounds awesome to me. Even if I don't end up using them, I love DM tools. I love D&D stuff. But that's just me. That's just me. So okay, so the extra powerful benefit of this. So like my thought is that you could do something kind of like when it's activated, it'll do like, you know, extra damage. So it'll maybe do like 7 or 8 d10 damage to like the creatures. So it does even extra damage. But then the problematic the problematic side effect would be like my thought is the side effect is that it can't be dispelled and no one can teleport. Like there's no password essentially. So like no one can come or go, no one can avoid the damage. It just like it does that. Is kind of what my thought is. So it's kind of like a kamikaze type of situation. Grants the caster ability to scry on whoever tried to get in. Okay, that's possible. That's possible. Yeah, Gabby, that's a bummer. But hey, you know, there's probably going to be other surprises involved. So, you know, at least you got that going for you. Scry detect thoughts. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Trying to think what other things there could be. Because like I think one of the challenges, it's hard to think about how to make a stopper on anyone, because like the way the spell is written, it is such a complete and utter stopper to anyone coming or going by magical means, right? Like it so completely shuts that down that it's kind of hard to make that more impactful, even though I consider that to be kind of the more interesting and more exciting and more just like the more interesting part of this spell rather than doing the damage. But the damage is the one that has more variability to it, just the way it's written, because as it is, you can't, like, I mean, what do? It's like they're double not able to come in. So my thought is that, like, it can do, like, maybe the extra powerful benefit is, like, sometimes what I'll do also is, like, the benefit is it'll do a little extra damage, but then it takes energy from the player. A lot of times I'll do that, so it, like, saps energy. For instances of teleportation, or attempted cannot teleport for 1 day. Yeah, you could do that. Like, flat out stops. The other, so here's another thought that I have. Anyone who tries to teleport in, it'll allow it, but the person will be unconscious. Like, not like as in like making death saving throws, but it's like it automatically puts them asleep. So it allows them in, but they show up like fast asleep. So you can kind of see and control who it was. But then you got to figure out kind of what a thematic side effect would be. That would make it potentially risky to do that. Yeah, that's kind of funny. So like someone could do it, but if you have this thing like active, rather than being a barrier, it just like it basically hands them to you like a like a little gift, of like, here, this butthole was trying to spy on you. I think what I kind of like about it with a problematic side effect is that there's no password and it can't be dispelled early. So if you cast it, like, you'll be protected, but then you are basically willfully sacrificing your ability to teleport anywhere within that space, within that area, until the spell wears off. And you can't, like, there's no password, so if there's anyone who's susceptible to the damage, then they're going to take it no matter what, right? So if you have a because my thought is then, like, if you have one of the ASMR characters in your party, maybe they're taking some damage or something like that, or if you have a satyr that are kind of like fey creatures. So it's like, that's the type of side effect where it's like, if it's intelligently used, it might not be a problem, but it could, like, if you have oversights, or if you do it at the wrong time or in the wrong place, you could really kind of damage your own efforts there. I think I like that. Because I feel like both of those have a certain subtlety that make them interesting. Redirects to teleportation somewhere else. Oh, that would be kind of funny. Yeah, the problematic side effect is it disrupts all teleportation, even like when you try to do it. So if you it can't be dispelled, and then if you try to do it, if you try to do it, it just like randomly shoots you into some random place in the world. You just end up in the middle of the ocean or something. Now that'd be really hard to keep track of, and that would be a really disappointing thing for players. I don't know that I want to have that potentially result in them just like dying immediately. I usually like a cursed item to be more of a slow death by 1,000 cuts thing with the negative side effects. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the type of thing where it's like, as a baseline, people might not have a problem with not being able to teleport themselves in or out of a place, right? Like, especially if they don't even have that ability. But the flip side of it is then, like, if they accidentally, if the creature that comes in is a big, massive creature that they're going to have a hard time killing at all, when it wakes up, they're in trouble because now they can't teleport, so they just got to start running or something like that, right? Like, that's kind of what my thought is that it would be kind of amusing. So I think I like that. I think I like that. So the extra powerful benefit, whenever the item is active and a creature tries to teleport in, the teleportation is successful, but the creature is deposited at the item owner's feet fast asleep. What we'll do is, okay, and here's another way that it can be a potential side, like this could also even kind of be a problematic side effect. The creature is subject to the sleep effect for 1d8 hours, unknown to the users, to the user of the item. So you also don't know how long it's gonna be asleep. So it'll show up there. So again, if in some way, like if someone tries to sabotage the party and tries to teleport a Tarrasque in there, suddenly you're standing at the feet of a sleeping Tarrasque and you don't know how long you have. And you can't teleport out. Yeah, and elves are immune to sleep. That actually would make it really interesting too. So if they're immune to sleep, I actually kind of like that, because that's another sort of potential negative side effect, right? Because like this thing will, like, elves are immune to it, so they can, you know, it's like, oh shoot, this, you know, just show up. Oh shoot, now we're in real trouble. He's famous. So yeah, problematic side effect. The item cannot be dispelled early, and cannot be dispelled. I'm just gonna leave it like that. The item cannot be dispelled, because the way it says, let me just read this again. The duration, creatures can't teleport into the area or use portals such as created by spell, proofs the area against planar travel, and therefore creatures from accessing the area by way of. So I'm just gonna say the item cannot be dispelled early, and creatures cannot teleport out of the area, because it doesn't explicitly state, as a baseline, it doesn't actually explicitly state that it stops anyone from leaving, does it? Item emanates a ward against magical travel that protects up to for the duration. Creatures can't teleport into, well, I guess, or use portals. So I guess that would kind of entail it, right? Because like you would presumably, when teleporting, create a portal. So I guess it kind of is there, but I'm gonna still put that there just to make sure that's super clear, just to like stop anyone from trying to rules lawyer their way out of dealing with a cursed item. Because screw you, it's cursed. Of course it's problematic. That's the point. Okay, I like that. I think that's good. So then what it takes to remove. So removing these items is always must be removed magically if the player, or what rather we'll say, if the owner, here's what my thought is, if the owner tries to leave the item behind, as soon as they reach the limit, the clause, or use portals. Yeah, it's one of those types of things where it's like, if someone really wants to get lawyery about it, they could, which is one of the reasons why I like refuse to DM for people that I don't know. Like, I don't know that I will ever DM for a group of randos online. Like, I'll never put out an ad on Reddit or anything like that, because it's not fun to play that way. It's much more fun when you're just with your friends and you're goofing around, and like everyone kind of respects each other, and like when I say why I don't want them to do something, they're like, okay, yep, that's fair, and they let it go, as opposed to, you know, like cracking down on it. A lot of that too is because it's like, if I say no to something, it's because I have a very good reason for it, because I'm pretty typically willing to let anyone do anything. So, but yeah, so if the owner tries to leave the item behind, as soon as they reach the limit of the area of effect, they are teleported back to where the item is. So it's like the item will automatically bring you back, so you cannot leave without the item, which I think is awesome. It's a cursed item. It doesn't want to let go. It needs you. It needs you to go about whatever weird cursed goals it has. It's not a sentient. Like, cursed items, I always kind of view, like, cursed items as being, like, sentient question mark? Like, they don't talk, but they do seem to think and have minds. Like, I think about them as being kind of like the One Ring, right? Where it's like, it doesn't talk. It's not sentient, but at the same time, it kind of is. You know, and so it's like, I kind of like cursed items to be like that. I like this item. I actually really like this item. I really want players to have a cursed version of this. I might just plop that into one of my games in the near future. I think that's really funny. I also like the idea of someone imbuing a kitchen utensil with it, so they can have the utensil of forkbiddance. Ha. There you go. There's your pun for the day. There's your really crappy dad pun for the day. Hope you enjoyed it. Oh boy. I had to drop one in there. I had to drop at least one in there. It wouldn't be an Envira stream. An Envira stream? It wouldn't be I don't know. It wouldn't be one of my streams if I didn't have Good. I'm glad. My dad would be proud. My dad would be proud. I love dad puns. I love dad puns. They're so much fun. They're so punny. There's a classic right there. Oh, that's a bonus. That's for you to keep, free of charge. So stupid. I like this item. I like this item a lot. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm content with this. How do you know when a joke is a dad joke? I want to know. How do you know? How do you know? Tell me. I'm brimming with anticipation. When the punchline becomes apparent. Oh, that's a good one. I've not heard that one before. I like that one. I like that one a lot. You get a gold star for the day. Gold star for that one. I am adding that one to my ever growing arsenal of groan-worthy puns. And I will definitely be bothering people with that one moving forward. I like that one a lot. Thank you for sharing that one. This was a good item. I like this one. I like this one a lot. I feel like we've done a good job here today. Okay. So, I need to run to the bathroom and I need to refill my beverage, otherwise my voice is going to get so hoarse so fast. So I'm gonna disappear for like just a minute. When I come back, I'll leave it up to you guys if anyone has a strong preference in the audience. So like I always sort of have the intention of starting with these things and then switching over and working on our campaign. But I'm having a lot of fun with this, so I'll leave it up to you guys. If you want me to work on the campaign so we can kind of shift gears and do some world building, some more like actual world building rather than just making magical items, we can switch over. Or if you guys are having fun with this and want to see another enchanted item or rune or whatever you want to call it, let me know. So like if you have a strong preference, just drop it in the chat while I'm making pity whistles. And it'll be a fun surprise to come back to. Or if you don't have a strong preference, don't say anything and I'll just decide when I come back. Either way, I'm going to have a good time. I don't care. I'm excited to do both of them today, and we've got plenty of time to still do more enchanted items and do some world building. We got like 3 hours left of stream time today, so yeah, if you want to see more of these, let me know. Otherwise, I might have us jump over and start doing some world building right away. But yeah, let me know, and I'm gonna go to the potty. So I'll be back shortly. Appreciate your patience. obviously, because, you know, here I am. Looking super gloomy outside around here. Actually, I'm gonna check real quick. Give me a second. This is really good entertainment right here, me doing something on my phone. But I just want to see what the weather is. Rain forecasted. Rain starting in 10 minutes. Ha! I could be a weatherman. I always feel really bad for weathermen. So, like, everyone hates the weatherman. Because the weatherman is always wrong. Right? Like, everyone gets so mad at the weatherman because it's all like, oh, it's supposed to rain today, or oh, it's supposed to be sunny today. But, like, I always feel like that's kind of unfair. Because, like, the weatherman is the only job where we expect someone to successfully predict the future. Right? And when they don't do it, we get so mad at them. Like, how dare you not know exactly what was going to happen 2 days from now? How dare you? How dare you? And like we don't even pay them to do it these days, right? Like, unless you're paying for cable, you're not really even paying the weatherman. Right? Like, you use an app, and it's like the app comes stock on your phone. Hi, kitty. Are you coming back up? Want to join us? Come on up. Hey, sweetie. No, hi, kitty. But yeah, like, I don't pay a weatherman. I use a free app on my phone. I don't pay them a doggone thing. And yet I get you know, like, the knee-jerk reaction is like, God, he was wrong. How dare he? How dare he be wrong? Or she. Can be a weather woman, weather person. Weather forecaster. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel like they deserve more sympathy and patience than we as a collective human culture give them. I always feel so rude how mean we are to them. Hey, kitty, are you gonna help me? Are you gonna be my editor again for another 15 minutes, and then are you gonna get bored? Hold on. She's so cute. I know, you are so cute. You're so cute. Look at her. Look at her. So, I know, you are so adorable. I know. Hi, honey. She's like, if I'm so adorable, then why are you not petting me at this exact moment in time? I know, my darling. Golly, why does anyone need children when you can just have a cat? Like, just as amusing, but without, you know, having to actually teach them anything. Without having to potty train and stuff like that. Like, cats inherently understand their potty training. They sort of inherently are like, ooh, sand, I'm gonna go poop in it. Like, it's real easy. All you gotta do is present it to them. Like, potty training a cat, seriously, potty training a kitten, if you've never done it, involves paying attention, and if they start digging at the carpet, you pick them up and bring them over to the litter box. If you do that twice, they get the message, and they're like, oh yeah, this is a much better place for me to poop, because I get to dig, and I get to bury it. Like, it's so much easier. Human instinct is to kids will 100% poop and stand. That's okay. You got me there. No, like, the thing, it's just, it amuses me. Like, baby cat instinct is like, it just, like, animals in general, like, we'll just preface this with the recognition that animal intelligence is a very logarithmic thing, right? Where it's like they start off and, like, they immediately learn a lot of things and then they level off really quickly. Whereas humans, it's much more exponential. We start off super stupid, and then as we age a little bit, we start learning a lot of stuff very quickly, right? So it's like, it's different knowledge things, but there's something amusing about the extreme difference in knowledge that baby animals have compared to baby humans. Baby animals, like a baby antelope, is born sprinting because it's usually born during the stress of being chased by a predator that will eat the mother and the baby. So it's like, hey kids, you're on your own, and they learn how to walk within 7 seconds of being born. Right? It's incredible. It's incredible. Human babies, we flop on the ground for years until we figure that one out. A baby cat's instinct is, I should hide my poop so that way other creatures can't find where I'm going, be it predators or prey. Human instinct, I have to poop. And we just let it go. No matter where we are, no matter what we're doing, we just let it rip. Human babies are so stupid. Like, it's fine. It's not their fault. Like, I'm not blaming them for it. Ah, itchy nose. I'm not blaming them for it, but it cracks me up how stupid human babies are. Right? Like, it just, I don't know. I don't know, it's a little mean of me, but cracks me up. Anyway, baby rant asides. That'd be a beautiful one to clip and take out of context, isn't it? Right? Human babies are so stupid. What a horrible thing human babies are. Isn't that kind of hypocritical of me to say too? Like, I was a human baby. Although I recognize that I was an idiot when I was a baby. Like, it's like, you know, it's your MO when you're a baby. I'm okay with it. I recognize I was an idiot yesterday. Like, I have yet to stop being a dumbass. I was born one, and I will be one till the day I die. Isn't that right, kitty? You know, you have to live with me every day. Human babies would be the cursed option. Big Boon, eventually you'll be a human adult drawback, literally, but I just like the phrasing of the drawback. The drawback of being a cursed creature is that you're literally a human baby. One day you will be a king, but your curse is that you are born a human baby. Worthless and useless. I agree with it wholeheartedly. I always laugh, like, people in my life, because, like, you know, myself and my girlfriend, we're both on the same page. Kids are not in the cards. Like, you know, they're a lot, and I'm way too selfish to effectively have a child, right? I can handle children. I love children in small doses. They crack me up in small doses because of how insane and irrational they are. But that's also why I can't handle them. I can't handle babies. So, like, okay, so I'm a kickboxing instructor. I teach. I'm the fundamentals coach at my Muay Thai gym. And sometimes, and there's, like, you know, we have a lot of stuff going on at our gym. We have jiu-jitsu, we have Muay Thai, we have MMA, we have all kinds of stuff going on, and I'm the Muay Thai fundamentals coach. And so when I have my class periods, there's, like, a jiu-jitsu open mat that allows anyone of any age. And a lot of times, like, parents will come and bring their kids, and if the kids are old enough to participate in jiu-jitsu, they'll do that. But there's also kids that aren't actually old enough to participate, so they're just children that are present and running around and screaming. And, like, they will get them. So one of the tools that we have, and we use this for Muay Thai, is we have, like, cut up pool noodles. Because the idea of pool noodles is they're really good for teaching defense, because you can whip them at people and hit people in the head with them, and it doesn't hurt. It doesn't do anything. So we like, we have these pool noodles everywhere. Well, the kids will take these pool noodles and they'll beat the crap out of each other with them. But, like, they run around and they love hitting each other. But as soon as they get hit, they are just inconsolable. Which, like, the first time you see it happen, it's kind of like, get what you get, kid. But then an hour later, when they're all screaming at each other, it's like, oh my God, go home. So I can't handle kids. Try to convince others. Compares most particular. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, just the concept that, like, the concept of having children being a necessity in life is, like, I'm definitely getting off on a tangent here. What did we learn? Honestly, it depends on how old the kid is. Have they reached the increase of that exponential learning curve? Because if not, the answer is nothing, and they will do it again. Oh boy. But yeah, no, that's one of my tangents that I often go on. Like, the concept that people consider having kids just like an inevitable necessity of life is weird to me. It's like, no, it's an option of something you can do in life. Having kids is something you can do. There is no law of physics. There is no law of any human government that says you are required to have X number of children. And so the fact that people act like it is a requirement is weird to me. And it's also, I think, oftentimes the cause of why we end up with children who, you know, have been brought up poorly because they have crappy parents, because their parents never actually wanted to be parents. They just thought it was something they were required to do. And that's the situation they're in. But folks need to calm down. Seriously, I agree with that. I am helping the world by refusing to spawn little me's. Not only am I helping because of the overpopulation situations, but I'm also helping because one of me is more than enough. I am well aware of who I am as an individual. I am far too sarcastic to have multiple of me running around. That would just be... It would just be frustrating for so many people. Someone to avenge Eventual death. I love that that assumes that your death will be because of some villain. Like that is like that's okay, so this is gonna sound weird for me to say, but that is such an optimistic take on life, right? Not that you will eventually be murdered, but like that like we like I like just the assumption that all of us will be important enough to one day have an arch nemesis that will put us down, right? I can only hope that my life is influential enough that someone will want to do me in. Like that's flattering to me. It's like, wow, like you think I am powerful and important enough that like the world needs me to just be flat out gone, right? Like it's one thing for you to just be irritated and not like me, but to think that not only do you not like me, but you think that I have enough influence that you need to get rid of me, I'm flattered. Yeah, I feel you. I know where you're coming from. I smell what you're stepping in. Hell yeah. That's why I'm a kickboxer. That's why I learned Muay Thai. I have to defend myself from the eventual assassins that will come for me. It will happen one of these days, and I'm gonna be prepared. As long as they don't use a ranged weapon. If they use a ranged weapon, I'm fucked. Or if they tackle me and get me on the ground, then I'm fucked too. I don't know jiu-jitsu. I only know Muay Thai. I know how to punch things and run away. That's what I'm capable of doing. Which is better than most people, but also hardly a complete self-defense program. I don't teach self-defense Muay Thai. I teach tournament Muay Thai. I teach people how to survive 6 minutes in a ring. And that's it. That's the best I got you for. If your fight lasts longer than that, or if the fight goes to the ground, you're on your own, Al Capone. I've done everything I can do for you. Oh boy. Anyway, I should probably do more D&D writing before I get canceled for false advertisement, shouldn't I? I don't know. Doesn't look like anyone had a strong preference. So, you know, speak now or forever hold your peace. But I think I'm going to actually have us go over and I'm going to do some world building. Is kind of what I want to do right now. Because it's been a couple weeks since I usually try to like do these writing streams twice a week, but I've just been so busy lately. And life has been so chaotic that I haven't done it in like 2.5 weeks or something. I don't remember when the last time I did it was. So I really kind of want to just do some world building because I don't really remember what we got done last time. I know what part of the world we're on and what part of the campaign project we're on, but I don't really remember what we did. And I have some thoughts on how I want to approach it. So I think I'm going to do that. Like I say, unless there's a strong preference, I'm not opposed to doing more enchantments. I love doing that kind of stuff, but I got the juice, baby. I got stuff I want to do. I got stuff I want to do. I got things I want to make. What the heck is this template here for? I don't know what I put this template here for. I don't know what this is for. Oh, this is the thing that we were working on. I just didn't like categorize it properly, which is weird. It doesn't go here, does it? Oh, you know what? I do remember what we were doing last time. That's why I have the campaign template here. This is... So I realized that I have kind of been... Like, I know roughly what we're doing with our campaign. But I wanted to kind of revamp and specify more stuff. That's why this is here. And I wanted to put out... I wanted to sort of have a better outlining storyboarding process. That's what that's there for. Perfect. Oh my gosh, Past Me was so brilliant because now I have the storyboard to go back on and remember what I was working. Oh man. If I could go back in time, I would give myself a high five so hard right now. Oh man. I love Past Me. Past Me is so much smarter than Present Me. God, that's not good. That's not good. I'm on the decline. Well, you know what? You guys get to watch my slow descent into madness and stupidity. I'm doing the brain version of Benjamin Button. I'm just turning into more and more of a baby until one of these days I'm gonna turn on stream. I'm just gonna be sitting here crying and pooping my pants, and unable to walk. I've become that which I hate the most. you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a baby again. It's actually kind of true. When you think about aging, how you like slowly use your physical faculties. I'm not gonna dwell on that. Let's move on. Let's do some writing. This is a dark discussion we kind of went on. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up, just because it's been so long, I'm gonna pull up some of our like maps and stuff that we've been working on, or that we use for this campaign. And I'm just gonna have us kind of reorient ourselves with our campaign. I think that always helps. Yeah, it is getting too early. You're absolutely right. Let's return to our fantasy world here. I think that's better. Man, you can even see, even with my lights on and everything, like, just looking at the camera, it looks gloomy here. It is rainy, which, like, honestly, I'm kind of a fan of. I love rainy days. That's just me. That's just me. All right, let me open up our maps here. We need... What do we need? We need our world map here. Let's go to World Atlas. Am I in the right section here? Why can we not open this? Why are you not letting me open this? Open. What are you talking about? OneDrive Personal is on my PC. It is on my open on my PC and running on my PC. That's why I'm accessing it right now. Psychotic thing. Oh, it's got to download it. That's why. OneDrive. Okay, yeah, download the thing from the cloud. Oh, because I was working on it on my laptop. That's probably why. All right, so there we go. Let's see here. Right, generally don't dox myself. My address is such and such a number on such and such lane. No, I'm in Michigan, the state of Michigan, in the good old U.S. of A. If my general lack of knowledge and accent weren't enough. Mid-80s and beautiful there. Oh, that would be beautiful. Mid-80s is about perfect for me these days. I used to like it a bit colder, but in the past like couple of years, I've cause like COVID, I got super fat and depressed. And then with things calming down and me being able to get back to kickboxing, I dropped a lot of weight again. I'm like 60 pounds lighter than I used to be. And so now I'm cold all the time. So I like a bit warmer temperatures these days. Let's see. Let's close that. Let me open up a couple more maps here, and then I'll kind of give we'll get our little rundown of what we're working on. Let's see here. Yep, we need that one. What else do we need? I don't know that we need anything else right now. Map. Yeah, I think this is all that we need right now. Let's see here. Hold on a second. This might be an important work email. I gotta check this real quick. Stand by. Intermission. I just I'm technically like on call with work right now, so it's like if there's something important, I might have to respond to it. Let's see here. Oh, okay. I probably will have to respond to that, but it doesn't have to be done immediately. We can wait a little bit on that. So we're gonna keep going right now because this is more fun. Yeah. So okay. So here's our world map. Yeah, and we don't actually have a dungeon map going on right now. We're still just kind of in the planning phases of this stage. So let's talk about our campaign. So this is my world. Oh my god, that would be a crowdsourced email. Not only would that be such a bad thing for like internal security, but I would make so many people so mad if I did that. It would be hilarious though. I love that. We can treat it like a Mad Lib. I'll write a form letter and delete important adjectives and verbs and let you guys fill it in, and we can and we can create new emails that way. Holy crap, that would be amazing. God, I would love my job so much more if I could do that. I'd be so much less irritated with my job on a day-to-day basis if I could do that. So much fun. Oh, I love that idea. If only. Channel points. No, I love it. I love the tangents. I love it. Okay. Yeah, campaign. So this is my world. This is the world of Zeoria. I've been working on this world for like over a decade of my life. Oh crap, another one? This isn't something important. Is it? Oh, that's weird. Okay, that's also not a meeting. A meeting I have later this week. The invite got forwarded. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care. They can have a million people show up at that meeting. I don't really give a rip. I'm hosting the meeting, but I don't really have to do anything for it. I'm just the midpoint for a bunch of people involved. Hence why my job bothers me a lot. We have a lot of red tape, and I have to like sit there in meetings that I'm not important in. Anyway, tangents aside. Tangents aside, you can tell everyone's getting back from lunch at my job now because like all of, like these emails are getting sent out, and it's like people are so predictable. Anyways, this is the world of Zaoria. This is my world that I've been working on for like over a decade of my life, just like world building. I was a world builder long before I was a DM or even got into D&D in general. It all started when I first played the Myst games, or rather, it wasn't even me playing it. I was a kid and I watched my sister play the Myst games, and I was fascinated with the concept of a world existing within a book. And ever since that, I've just been fascinated with world building. This is my world. It's like a post-apocalyptic type of world. So, like, I always describe the way I kind of envision my world is like all the different planes of existence. You know, the ethereal, Feywild, all that stuff, yada yada yada. All those planes. They're like, imagine if you had a single jar of like different liquids, like, you know, you have like waters and oils and stuff like that, and they just sort of automatically layer themselves, right? You know, like that experiment that your like middle school science teacher would always have, like a jar with the different things to teach you about densities. That's how the different planes of existence work. And so typically speaking, it's like, yes, you can kind of access them with intentional movements, but for the most part, they stay separate. There was an event within my world called the Unhinging, in which everything got all jumbled up. Like if someone took that jar and shook it up, so that you end up with like displaced chunks of realms in different parts of the world. You have tears and rips in reality showing up. Everything was just kind of thrown all higgledy-piggledy, right? And the result is that the world became extremely dangerous because you have all these weird non-mortal creatures suddenly wandering around, lost within the mortal realm, as well as all kinds of tears causing this like magical radiation effect, causing these horrible, horrific changes to happen to like mortal material creatures. The result being that there were about I think there's 11 if I'm remembering my count right. 11 cities that were fortified enough that they could survive this world, fortified and far away enough from like these tears and these displacements that they could survive. And the rest of the world, people either fled or essentially eventually died to the creatures in the wilds. So we have this world that's extremely fractured, and there's all these cities. You can see them kind of dotted around. I'll zoom in so we can kind of see. We've got city up there, city over here, got a city over here, we got a city over there. You know, so there's just cities everywhere, and they're all very isolated from each other. The rest of this is just wilds that is just kind of given to, you know, the world. And the result is that outside of the cities, there are tons of just abandoned, forgotten societies and worlds and stuff, which makes it really fun to give players areas to explore. So that's kind of the state of our world right now. It's been about, like, when I'm writing campaigns, they always take place about roughly 2,000 years after the Unhinging occurred. So at this point in time, through like just like with the different liquids and the densities and stuff, they're starting to percolate and reseparate. So it's a bit safer out in the wilds, though there are still a lot of danger involved. So because of that, many of the cities are starting to send excursions out to do various things, whether it's to try to reclaim more land, whether it's to try and handle particular, like that one remaining dangerous monster that's like threatening the city, what have you. There's all kinds of missions and stuff going on, and that's kind of the basis for most of the missions that we write, is that our players are part of an exploratory excursion type of team, like, you know, a group of rangers or whatever, not like class-wise, just like, you know, job classification-wise. There's a bunch of rangers and stuff, and they go out to work on stuff. So that's kind of the state of the world. The campaign that we're working on right now, and we've been working on for quite some time, it takes place in this hex right here. And basically what's going on is the city of Fosvik up here and the city of Muffafetting are working on a project to outline a new safe trade route that can run between the two. Bye, kitty. We got bored. See ya. Oh, are we gonna do the tail thing? Yeah, go ahead and just like smack me with your tail. That's fine. So there's this effort to build this trade route, because right now the only trade route is this dotted line that we can see going through around. That's basically the only safe route that's kind of guarded, because it kind of avoids a lot of like these routes that kind of run from city to city, avoid a lot of the more dangerous parts, as well as being the routes that are easy and manageable enough for the cities to expend the resources to have guarded. But as you can see, it's long and winding, and it kind of gets in the way of convenient trade for a lot of cities that are at the end of the line, like Phosphik up here. So they're working on trying to build a trade route down to Muffafetting. And we start off with our players being part of that crew that's trying to do all of that. And that brings us to this map right here. So this is the region map within, like, specifically that hex. So we can kind of see the progress that the pathway efforts have made. And that's kind of where our campaign starts. Our campaign starts in here. They're just sort of exploring a cave to see if it's a safe enough cave for the pathway to go by, or if they need to divert and, you know, avoid that cave and find a different route. But while they're doing that, basically what happens is there is a dragon who actually has made the entire Golden Wind Plains. If we look up here, basically this whole region of the Golden Wind Plains, his domain. And so naturally, being a dragon and stuff, he's all like, "Oi, this is my territory. Get out of here. I don't want you here. I don't want you human-y people, the humaning it up out here. It's not what I'm about." So, you know, we just to sort of facilitate an actual campaign happening rather than everyone getting, you know, TPK'd at level 1 going against a dragon. Instead, what it is, it's like it's a golden dragon who's like not evil. He's just like, "Hey, get out of here, get off my lawn." And so there's the opportunity that some of the other members of this contingent of people trying to map out this pathway will be like, "Hey, can we cut a deal? We're just trying to create a trade route so we can survive a little bit better. We don't want to infringe upon your area. We just need to be able to move past here." And so I identify with the dragon so much. Yeah, you know, honestly, the dragon seems like a pretty reasonable dude. He's just like, "Oi, my property, get out of here." Who doesn't want privacy on their private property, right? But that's kind of what it is. But the you know, the people working on this thing will be like, "Look, we're just trying to do this. Can we cut a deal? Is there something we can do in exchange for you letting us build this pathway?" The dragon will be like, "Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what. There's this place here called the Hall of Wisdom. Magically locked up. You need 4 keys to get into it. I'm busy overseeing an entire swath of land here. I don't have time to go on a treasure hunt for these keys, but I want to get into that place. I want to know what's in there. I want what's in there. I want that as part of my domain. If you can find me those 4 keys, I will let you build your trade route, and I will make sure that that trade route is there, and I may even help make sure that it doesn't get overrun with other horrible things. Not because I care about your trade route, but because it's my area, and I don't want other things trying to think that they can have territory here." So our players, being good players, will accept the call to adventure, and they will be assigned as the task force, as the key hunting task force. And that's our basic campaign. That's like the simplest version of it. They're trying to find 4 keys. They go back to this sort of like small city that's been built up here, you know, as sort of like an out city, so that way they don't have to resupply by going all the way back north, hundreds and perhaps even thousands of miles, right? Well, they don't have to go super far. They've got this little city here. They go back here, meet with one of the scholars, and do some research. Based on some of the clues that they can start finding, based on the records and what the scholar knows about stuff, they find that the clues to the first key is that it's hidden among the giant tribes up in the mountains here. So they go up and they find that key eventually after doing a whole bunch of stuff with the giants. And then they come back. Second key they find out is located down in here in the abandoned dwarven city. They get there, find out it's not so abandoned. Instead of dwarves, the Duragar, which are a race of, like, it within the sort of lore of my world, as I put it, the Duragar are the result of dwarves that couldn't escape the city and were influenced by the magical radiation of some of the tears in there. So now it's like the Duragar that own that area. They're not super cool people. Depending on how players approach it, they can sort of have negotiations with them, but like it's not a baseline accepted thing. It just depends on what they do. Either way, there's a key down there. They get that one, they head back, and we've written all that stuff. We're now working on them finding the third key, which is up here in the abandoned elven city of Ashran Nalor. To get there, they kind of had to go to this abandoned city of Minadala, where they kind of meet a wizard that's got a lot of stuff going on. I won't get into it now. But basically, they need the wizard's help to create a teleportation circle to go to Ashran Nalor up here, and pray that there's no one in Ashran Nalor using the item that we just made earlier today. But they, so they go there and they end up here, and they're now searching an abandoned elven city for a key. Now, it's, I think, pretty obvious, just if you understand how storytelling goes, that it's not really all that abandoned. It would be convenient if they could just go there and find a key, and they'd be great. And honestly, that's how it starts. It starts with them going into the city that they believe is abandoned, and it appears to be abandoned. They teleport into Ashra Nalor here, and then they find themselves, yeah, right, what? It's like, come on, you're playing D&D. You really think that there would actually be something easy. But that's how it starts. They go in there, and the city seems very abandoned. This forest here, the Siski Forest, is very Mirkwood in nature, so it's like, it doesn't matter when they arrive. It's basically kind of like gloomy nighttime there when they get there. Just because, like, mood, atmosphere, and all that kind of stuff. But they get there, and they're able to find the key pretty easily. And they get the key, and that's when things start going downhill. Because the place isn't actually abandoned. Much like how the dwarves that couldn't escape the city when the unhinging happened were magically altered into the Duergar. The elves that couldn't escape were magically altered into the drow. And within my world, within my lore, there's no, like, sane drow. There's no level of reasonable personality that would allow for a Drizzt type of character of dark elves or anything like that. These people are insane cultists. And this part of our campaign is 100% going to be a survival horror thriller type of movie. Is what we're going in. Like, I really want this to be just like full-blown, like, we're not talking monster movie. We're not talking slasher. We're talking like I want to, my goal with this is to design this part of the campaign, this stretch of what's happening. My goal is to design this so that they never once see that there are drow. All they know is that there are some sort of creature, there's a creature or some society of creatures that exist entirely within the shadows. They never see them and are basically trying to trap them and destroy them. Dead by Daylight, kind of. Like I say, a little less slasher, a little more like, I almost want it to have like a supernatural feel to it, even though there's not actually necessarily anything supernatural going on. And basically what we've kind of created as the atmosphere here is that the drow are sort of insane, and within, not far, just outside of Ashra Nalor, there's one of the tears in reality. And it opens up to one of the, and like my thought is that it opens up to like the Shadowfell type of realm. One of those types of realms. It's like really dark and really twisted and stuff like that. And basically what the drow are doing is there's kind of like a two-pronged effort here. They basically will make offerings. They do two things with anything that they capture. They work on capturing any creature they can, and they do one of two things with them. They either keep that creature in a cage near the tear in reality, so that this magical radiation will mess with and modify and create a monster out of this creature that they can then use that monster for whatever purposes they have, that dark twisted creature, or they sacrifice said creature into the tear in exchange for whatever other creatures might come out of it, is what their belief system is. And so, like, when they see a bunch of sentient humanoid creatures suddenly appear in their city, they're all like, oh goody, oh boy, and they want to use these guys as like the ultimate sacrifice to whatever god they believe lives on the other side of this tear. And so basically the whole thing becomes the drow using the environment and some of these creatures that they have created and or abducted from the tear, right, to slowly guide and usher the players towards the tear so that they can eventually, either sacrifice them or trap them and have them be, irradiated with the magic to a point of being, you know, unrecognizable. That's what their ultimate goal is, and that's what our players are going to have to deal with. So that the challenge becomes trying to figure out how to guide the players through areas in a way that makes them feel like they are running away at any given time, while in reality they are like being shepherded exactly where we want them to go. So naturally that's a challenging thing. But it's a fun challenge, and I think it's a really interesting sidestep, because most of what this campaign has consisted of so far has been in place, looking for item, must fight like enemies that are trying to stop them, right? Like there's some sneakiness involved with working in the giant territory, because they're just kind of trying to sneak their way around the giants as opposed to facing them head on, because they are far underleveled to actually handle giants. So we have kind of some stealth involved there. There's kind of maybe a little diplomacy involved with like the Duragar. But as a general rule, it's like, here is dungeon, enemies in it. Get to end of dungeon while fighting enemies, right? And that's kind of what the formula is. And in this one, like, there's still going to be enemies, and there's still going to be the opportunity for fights, because, I mean, that's what D&D is. But it's a fun challenge, because this is much more, like, the true enemy is not seen, which is very different than what anything has been so far. So it's an interesting writing challenge, and I've been having a lot of fun, you know, trying to think about it and trying to figure out how to work with it all. So that's kind of where we're at with our campaign. That's what we're working on. Well, let me take a look. I'm just gonna hold on. I need to organize these because I hate when they're disorganized. My little tabs down there. So here's what we have. So in the main story, the section of the campaign sees the player searching for the third key to the Hall of Wisdom. Key itself is defined as it is on a pedestal in a temple in the middle of town that is quite well labeled. However, the city is not as empty as it may appear at first sight. It is the dominion of a cult of drow who are eager to sacrifice any sentient being to the inner realm tear that exists deep in the woods. As sentient beings are hard to come by in this deep in the woods, the drow are very ready to take advantage of this rare occasion. There we go. So this one has like 7 sections. I have a very regimented system. I won't go into the weeds of it on how I determine how big or how challenging to make things. But just to put it this way, this section is the section of sevens. It's the 7th chapter in the campaign. Our players are meant to be level 7, and it's going to have like 7 sets of 10 rooms, give or take, is kind of the idea. Clayus Paladin, my world is called Zaoria, is what I named my world. It's a name that I came up with long ago. Some days I like the name, other days I don't, but it is the name of my world, and I will keep it the same. Ride or die. Because this is the world that I've been, like I said, I've been working on this world for over a decade of my life, and it's like I can't just change the name of it at this point. But yeah, so there's going to be 7 sections to this, and we kind of have storyboarded, you know, these 7 sections, at least to a certain degree. So the first section is the temple with the key. The first is just a simple temple built to protect the key. Mostly puzzles and clockwork enemies, so it's like robots are guarding it. It's kind of the idea that I had for this. Apparently, I'm reading this and refreshing my memory, so there's a lot of this stuff that I don't remember what I did because it was a couple weeks ago. But that's but yeah. Anyway, we'll learn it all together. Nothing particularly spooky, though the clockwork creatures move very creepily and unnaturally. Of course, right? It's got to be creepy. It's got to be creepy. After that, we're going to have a tonal shift, if I'm remembering properly. So the next section is in the main town. Section is the players leaving the temple, dealing with the strange new occurrences. Things that will force them to take the longish way until they return to the portal to find that it's been damaged. So they'll have arrived at the portal, but when they get back to it, the portal's damaged. So they can't just teleport their way out, right? A little perfectly convenient, right? But like, hey, we got to trap them in somewhere. Kitty, did you want to come back up, honey? Are we done wandering? Do you want to come up and bother again? Come here. Or are we at the stage of the afternoon where you gotta beg for food many hours too early? Yeah, that's where we're at. We're just begging for food now. She doesn't actually want to interact with me. She wants me to feed her. But you've got a few hours to wait until dinner time, hon. I'm sorry. I know that me being in charge of your food is often a letdown because I do not feed you when you want it, but gosh, so needy. Anyway, players have a list of needed materials and can start pursuing them in town in the next section. So the first part of like the section, the chapter leading up to this one is them having to help the wizard create a teleportation circle. So by doing so, they will basically have provided themselves with the list of materials necessary because they'll have already found it. So now they have to go about finding those materials. So part 3, town section A. Players will deal with growing dangers as they chase after the items for getting home. On sections A, B, and C can be done in any order that they choose. Yeah, so there's different sections and they have to find different components. So section B, finding the next part will be even more perilous. Town sections A, B, and C in any section. Find component B. The rift. Along the way to finding the components, there will be a planted clue that suggests they can find what. That's right. That's how we were gonna do it. What they're looking for in the woods near a shrine. That will be a mislead that actually leads them to the interplanar rift, and that's kind of when they're going to like interact with like the drow and everything. Players will have the chance to escape alive, but the drow will have brought forth the beast that the sacrifice was for. So now the hunt is on. That's right. That's what it was going to be. They'll have drawn the beast that they make the sacrifice to out of it. And so the last few sections, whatever they do, are them like trying to find the last item while also being chased by this creature. That's right. That's right. And this creature needs to be something that's like significantly like shadowy and horrible. That's right. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I like it. I still like it. Been in the works for almost 3 years. Hey, keep working on it. If you keep working on it, eventually it'll be there. That's why like the thing is too is like it being a titled official world is maybe not like something that's been in the works for 10 full years, but it includes like, because I first got into world building over 10 years ago, and like some of the first things that I ever came up with and wrote are included in this world. It was kind of a thing where it's like it started off just as me writing isolated areas that I thought were cool and neat, nifty areas. And then eventually I was like, I have so much stuff. It'd be fun to organize this into a world. Did you want to come up? Do you want to come up? Come here. Come on up. Come on up and chill out. Stop pacing and working yourself up into a tizzy there, cat. You're not going to get fed right now. So just like wandering around and fussing about it is just going to cause you more stress. So why don't you come chill out? You can lay on the desk. You can lay on my lap. You can lay in your bed. You've got many options on where to hang out here. You want to be on my lap? Come here. I know, honey. Life is hard to understand when you're only a cat. I know, that's the microphone. Are you going to meow right into it and make everyone go deaf? Oh, yeah, there you go. Rub into it and cause all kinds of static and everything for everyone. Sure, everyone will love that. Cat, I know, honey. Life is difficult. Life is very difficult. No, don't put your butt in the mic. That's gross. Come on. Come on. You're not going to just hang out. If you're going to pace, then I'd prefer you do it not on the desk. I was hoping you would just lay on my lap and chill out, but that's not... Apparently that's not in the cards. We're just going to wag our tail and threaten to smack myself in the microphone with it. Real mature. You get out of here. What are you doing? Goodness. Alright, Anyway, so Section C, players will have to return to the city in order to find the final item. And Sections A, B, and C can be done in any order that they choose. So the idea here being that if they do Sections C and B first, then A will be this last one, and the monster will be chasing them through A. So basically the idea, and like this will be kind of interesting to figure out exactly how it is, how to do it, but the idea is basically that whatever monster sets exist in any of these, we'll have like 3 monster sets, and then depending on which one they go, we'll trigger which one is the first one, second one, or third one. And the other thing about it too is you can kind of make excuse me. Like I guess the other thought about it too is that you have the monster there, but they don't actually confront it until they get to this last part here. Player's only choice for escape will be to repair the teleportation circle. This is a lengthy process that may require distractions for the beast as it approaches. Must repair the portal while being hunted. Final battle is with the beast. So it's like the idea is that the beast itself is never an enemy until they get to this last part here. And the idea is that, like, these ones are all areas that they have to, like, either stealth or sprint through to try and find what they're looking for. Like, that's going to be their final option. Or like, you know, they'll have to kind of like stealth or run their way through, and the monster, like, will find excuses for why, like, the monster doesn't attack them, namely making it smart enough that it waits for an opportune time. And then when they get to this main when they get to this area and they have to fight, they have to make the portal. The idea is, like, the portal will be the central area, and they'll basically be trapped having to fix this while the monster is trying to pick them off. So, how many hours of playing do I see this chapter taking? I mean, it's always so hard to predict. It's so hard to predict because it really depends on the players, right? Like, if the players decide to beeline all of this and just go straight after the items rather than exploring the city a whole lot, you know, and if they choose to avoid battle rather than being, like, thorough and fighting off whatever creatures they do encounter, like, if they're quick about it, I could see this one being done within, like, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 sessions, like 5 or 6 2-hour sessions or something like that. Like, it could be done that quick. Like, when you think about it, like, for this part, if they decide to just, like, dodge and quickly work their way through the clockwork enemies and just, like, run their way through, go in, grab the key, and get out, as long as their rolls aren't too atrocious, this could be done in a single 2-hour session right here, right? Going into this main town, just going through the town, yeah, there's going to be weird things that take them the long way through, but if they don't spend any time investigating and just sprint there, this won't even take a full 2-hour session. I always measure things in 2-hour sessions because that's how I play. I play online with my friends just because it's easier for us to do that than always have to drive to each other's houses and coordinate that way. We just play online, and so it's like, you know, so we do 2-hour online sessions on weekdays. And so, like, I could see this being done in less than a session. Same with these sections, town section A, B, and C. If all they do is, like, quickly try to beeline and they, like, search, find the item, and move on, or search, the item isn't there, quick move to the next one. They could get any of these done in less than a single session, right? So it's like between all of the in-town sections, I could see those all taking 2 or 3 sections, right? So we're on like 4 sessions, 4 sets of 2 hours. The Rift, that one would definitely be at least a full session, maybe 2. And same with this main town, because these 2 are going to slow things down and force them to have to deal with a lot of adversity. But yeah, we're talking between 5 and 10 if they go quick. If they take their time, any of these sections could take multiple 2-hour sessions. So it really depends on your players. It really depends on your players. The other thing is I have them increasing in difficulty. So, like, this will be, like, really simple battles. The clockwork creatures will be pretty easy for a party of level 7 players to deal with. So the battles won't take long. Whereas once they get to here, where they've got the final battle going on with the monster and everything, that's going to be an intense battle. It might be a multi-session battle depending on how things go, right? So it really depends. It's really so hard to say. It's really so hard to say. The other hard part about it too is I don't create things trying to think about how long it lasts. And like, I have the ability to do that because I play with a group of friends that, like, we have no intention of ever stopping playing, right? That's just what we do. So, like, I don't have to think about trying to get done within X number of sessions because that's how much time we have. So I just kind of make what seems like a compelling story. That's just how I write. So, Clash Paladin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're having a good time. Do I stream my games? We don't. We don't stream games because we've been playing since before I streamed. And I don't want, like, so I would love to stream a game. But the way we play has always just been us as friends palling around. And I don't want that dynamic to change by starting to stream it. Like, it's easy to think that wouldn't change it. but knowing that you're being observed will naturally change how people approach things. It will change the dynamics of how people talk to each other. And I don't want to do that to the group that I play with my friends. So there's definitely part of me that would love to stream one someday when I have the time and the resources to like devote to that. I would love to do that. But as of right now, I don't. And that's the reason why. I don't want to inherently change how this game is, because this game started and continues to be for me and my friends to play. So it's like one day it might happen. One day it might happen. I would love to DM a game that I stream. But this one I don't. I don't know. It's like, geez, like if one day we get to like critical role levels of fame, we might be willing to change our tune on that one too. It's like, well, shit, if we're gonna make a boatload of money doing it, then great. But as it is right now, it's like streaming is just something I do for fun, and D&D is just something that I do for fun. And I don't really have any thoughts of like drastically trying to change either of those things. So it's, we don't do that. Smuppa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are having a good time with this. Really glad. But yeah, that's kind of the situation. But the thing that's kind of fun about that too. So like the other thing about that too is the game that I'm running, that I'm DMing. That's not this game. This is just a campaign we're writing for fun for the sake of streaming. Just because like I've been a DM for a long time. I've been a DM for long enough that people have started like looking to me for advice and thinking that I know a lot. Which is always, I feel bad because little do they know I have no idea what I'm doing. But like enough people were asking questions about like how to go about writing campaigns, like how do I do my campaigns? It's like, well, why don't I just show it off? And so we started this campaign project. We've been working on this campaign for like a year, just writing it because it's like, limited time, and for me it's about world building. I don't build campaigns based on like, oh, they wanted to do this, here's a fun random thing that could happen. Like I create a module is what I like to do. That's my approach to writing these games. But yeah, so we're basically just writing a module that I'm not even running right now because every once in a while some of my players will stop in if they have time to watch my writing streams and stuff, and I don't want them to accidentally spoil what happens next in their campaign by like working on their campaigns and stuff here. So I don't know. Anyway, all those tangents aside, any and all tangents aside, let's see here. Right. So we've kind of got an idea of what our main thing is. We also have some, looks like we had some side missions we started outlining here. I like to try and provide side missions, just so that way if players really want to get immersed. Like the idea too, actually kind of just to revisit the question, how long do I see this section lasting? I try to write these full campaigns. So like this campaign that we're writing is intended to be like a quote unquote 10 chapter campaign. That will run players from level 1 to level 10. But I try to make sure that each chapter, each section is modular enough that you could easily pull it out and use it in other places if you just like change a few names, maybe change change titles of locations and stuff like that to fit whatever specific location you're looking for. Did you want to come back up again, Kitty? Or are you bothering me because you want food? You're bothering me because you want food, okay. Being a real turd about it today. I don't know why she's begging so early. Even for her, this is early. She doesn't get fed until after the stream ends usually, and what are we at right now? Yeah, we still got like you got like 2 hours until the stream's over, and then you got a little bit longer to wait even after that. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up? Come on. Come on. There you go. Just like, I kind of wish you would just like sit. There you go. Yeah, just sit there and stare at me rather than like pestering for me to go back and forth. So she only has her one eye, and so she refuses to jump up onto like any surface that she can't see the top of. Because if she can't like reach up and see the top of it, she doesn't know like how high she has to go for it. So she doesn't jump onto anything that's high, and so the desktop is just a little too high for her. Like she's done it before and she's capable, but she prefers to jump onto my lap, because my lap is short enough that she can jump on it, and she also knows that my lap is like a safe place to jump onto. Tabletops sometimes have things that she bumps into, so that's why it's such a process. Like if it were just her jumping on the desk and going back and forth, I wouldn't care as much. But since she needs my lap, so I have to back out from the desk and everything. You're just a real needy, demanding little girl, aren't you? Like, don't bother me. I'm bathing now. I know, kitty. But yeah, so yeah, I try to make any of these chapters, any of these given chapters, things that can be plucked out and you know, plopped into any other campaign. And I do that both for myself and for other people nowadays, for other people, because I do same as with the rune system that we were working on earlier. A lot of people have asked, and I have no issues doing it, and I may do it when. Oh, you're gonna bump against the microphone? Okay, yeah, bother everyone, make everyone go deaf. How's that for? I don't know. Maybe some people are into that. Is that like? I'm not someone who's into ASMR, but some people are. Is like a cat rubbing against you, like is that a positive ASMR experience? Maybe I'm just like double dipping in my audiences when I let her do that. I know, kitty. But yeah, so like I do have plans. One of these days I have no issues with, and I you know would think it would be really fun to either reformat or just share the OneNote notebook with this campaign in it. Just with the idea being like, yeah, here's a campaign template. Use parts of it as you please. You know, like, cause to me, like, I mean, you know, you can like publish these things on DriveThruRPG, and it's like, I don't see any reason not to share. I mean, anyone, if they really wanted to, could go back to the beginning of when we started this process and just start taking all the ideas that I have. I don't care. I want there to be more better DMs in the world, because then it's more likely that I will have the chance to be a player one day rather than being the forever DM. That's a little unfair. I'm part of 2 games. There's the one that I DM, and then I'm part of a Pathfinder game that I get to be a player in right now. So that's a little unfair for me to say, but it stands true. Like once you get pigeonholed as a DM, it's hard to convince other people to be the DM, because everyone just kind of wants you to do it, because they know you're good at it, and everyone's like super nervous. Like, what if I'm not as good as you? It's like, well, practice and get better. I sucked at it. I still suck at it. Just like practicing and get better eventually. Anyways, because of that, the reason I brought that up is that's why I also add these side missions, right? I like to make sure there's other side missions to do, because while this could be just a quick singular chapter in a campaign, depending on how players want to do, if they want to turn this into like an entire campaign, you kind of could, right? You can kind of just set this one up and say like, okay, yeah, here's like you guys were all hired to find this one item. By a wealthy person in another city. You were hired to go to this city. The city is a ghost town, and blah 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 blah, right? And like the whole campaign is just retrieving the one item. You change the key to any item you want, and this is its own entire campaign with 7 different sections in it. It's a short campaign module, but it's a perfectly acceptable campaign if that's what you and your players have time for and want to do. And so I like to put in side missions. I like to make sure this is a complete thing, because any of it can be ignored. And, some people wonder, it's like, wow, don't you worry about putting in all that effort if it's going to be ignored? No. For me, no. Because like I say, I started this as a world builder. So for me, writing this is the fun part. Like, yes, I love being a DM as well. But just writing this world and having a complete world with so much stuff going on is its own satisfaction for me. And it's the type of satisfaction that I encourage any DM to try and find their version of it. Because as a baseline, being a DM is a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it all culminates in you inevitably losing, right? When you play the game as a DM, like, your job is to lose. Your job is not to lose you don't want to lose too easily, but your job is to lose. Your players are going to win. You are always losing. So you have to find your fun in different ways, because your hard work may be ignored. Not maliciously, but players may just take a different route. Your hard work may be ignored. Your awesome, super cool villain will likely inevitably be killed, unless you really want to go like Dark Souls and be totally fine with killing all your players. Your boss will be killed. That super cool boss that you've put all of this time and energy into and thought of will be killed. Your super cool characters, like hero type characters that you made, you will not get to play them because you don't want to steal the glory from your players. So you will not be the hero. You know, so you have to find your fun in other ways. And for me, that's just writing the world. That's creating the world and knowing that I've made these really cool environments and worlds for my players to play in, that even if they don't see parts of it, I know that they exist. And I have had fun creating them and thinking about the other people that live in them. So I don't know. That was a bit of a tangent. I'm really in a tangent mood today. I'm going on a lot of speeches today. Hopefully it's interesting to people. With Dimension 20. I've heard of Dimension 20. I don't like know it. But I'm familiar. Let's see here. Someone was rocked hard by some unexpected move. Spectacular fun. Yeah. I mean, like that's kind of like the point of being the DM. Like you're. Oh, you didn't finish that. I was gonna say Orange Ink. I was like, so what? No, I'll wait for you. Yeah, it's like, you know, your job as DM is to lose. So you have to either have fun with that or you have to find other ways to have fun. And so for me, the fun part is building the world. I mean, and also watching my friends have fun in the world. You know, it genuinely is. But like, I don't derive fun from knowing that everything that I did went off without a hitch, right? My fun is from creating a world that's complete enough that no matter what my players do, I know what the impacts are because I have created a thorough, complete, fleshed out world. And that's my approach to it. And so that's why we have things like side missions and stuff. So we have one side mission. I try to like have a side mission per section, right? Maybe a little bit more. But that's kind of roughly how I try to do it. So that way, no matter where they are, they might have there's at least a side mission they can start. And even if they choose to ignore it, like it's like, okay, each of these sections doesn't exist solely for giving you this challenge based on your main mission. Like there's other things going on. It helps the world feel more complete, more alive that way. So I have ancient elven texts. Within the temple are a lot of damaged and discarded texts. Within some of them are clues about how to deal with the dark magical things, possibly including interplanar rifts. So we've kind of got that going. All my inspiration went with all the people I watch and enjoy. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's... Oh, excuse me. Hi, Kitty. I know, Kitty. Oh, Kitty. Oh, we're pressing buttons now. We're pressing buttons with our tail. Kitty. She's gonna get so mad at me when I move her. You might even hear her on the mic. I know, you're mad at me, but you can't sit here and smack the keyboard with your tail. That doesn't work. She's so mad at me right now. It's not dinner time. You don't get to eat right now. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I know you don't like it when I have to be the strict parent here. But that's just the situation we're in. She's gonna hit me with her tail now. So passive aggressive. Thank you. Some motivation because it's not watching Twitch. You know what? I feel that. I get so inspired when I watch other people doing stuff. Like, it really is. It's fun and inspiring to see what other people get up to. So I totally know what you mean. Like, sometimes I'll find inspiration. Are you gonna make it? You can do it. Good kitty. So, you know, I was talking about how she has trouble jumping on things because of her eye. There is one distance jump that she can do, and it's the jump from my desk to the top of her cat tree. She's memorized the distance to be able to jump that one, and I'm so proud of her. She's pouting, and she's got her back turned to me, but I'm still proud of you. She's a strong, independent kitty who don't need no second eye. But no, I know what you mean. It can be very inspiring to watch other people doing stuff. The other thing that I encourage, and this is a bit of advice that I give, and I recognize this advice is definitely easier said than done, and I feel that all the time. It's hard for me to take my own advice. But the other thing to keep in mind is that motivation doesn't beget action. Action begets motivation. Sometimes the best way to get yourself motivated and inspired is to just force yourself to start. And like I say, I know that's easier said than done when you feel like you don't have any ideas. But if you can get yourself to sit down, whether you do it by hand or on computer, sit down and turn off other distractions for just 15 minutes. If you just make yourself do it for 15 minutes and say, I am just going to write a shop, right? Just like start with something super innocuous that can be used anywhere else. You can just pull it up and put it anywhere else you want to go. like you want it to go. Just say like, I'm just going to sit down and I'm going to just write a shopkeeper that owns an alchemy shop. And I'm just going to make myself do that. Even if you don't feel inspired to do that, just like make yourself do that. Because you'll be surprised at once you start writing things, how much easier it is to keep writing things. Like if you tell yourself, I'm going to start and I'm just going to spend 5 minutes writing out some random character that I remember thinking of one time that I thought would be funny because it's a, you know, it's a gnome that like is just like Cornelius from you know the old stop motion Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? Obsessed with gold. And it's like you if you make yourself just spend 5 minutes doing that, you might be surprised at how easy it is to turn that 5 minutes into a half an hour, right? Because then you sidestep and you start working on a million other things. So, you know, and like, again, grain of salt, easier said than done. Maybe that does motivate you, maybe that doesn't, but that's something that I have found to be incredibly true. Like I say, motivation doesn't beget action. Action begets motivation. Like if you get yourself to start, it can be a lot easier to keep going. The hard part is starting. But once you get going, then that switches, like for me, that kind of switches my brain into creativity mode. That's why I like starting these writing streams with just doing my rune project, right? Where we're taking the spells within the 5e spell book and turning them into runes that can be turned into enchanted items, right? Because a lot of the work is already done. So I don't have to really think, I don't have to do a lot of creativity. I basically just do some word editing, and that turns into then like, oh, well then what if it becomes sentient? And that becomes a slightly more creative part of it. And then, you know, we can kind of move ourselves into actually working on a full campaign. So it's like, it's a very intentional thing that I do that for, because I know it switches my brain and it gets me into that creative mode that helps me keep going. So I don't know, just a couple tips, you know, and, you know, I know you weren't asking, so if they don't help you, then feel free to ignore them. But those are things that I've learned over the course of, you know, being a world builder for over a decade and being a DM for close to a decade. Those are just sort of the tricks that I've found help me. Crafting terrain pieces with the intention of a modular and lightweight kit. Nice. Yeah, writing things modularly, like finding a way to create things in a way that small changes can make them universal is such an awesome thing. Once you kind of get the hang of it, it can be a tough thing to get the hang of, but once you do that, it can be awesome. Not only because is it fun to like, because like it does a couple things. You know, like I talked about how it doesn't really bother me when players like miss things. If it does bother you, if you're the type of person that's like, oh man, I worked really hard on that, I want my players to do it, then you know what you can do if they skipped it? And put it right into the next place they're going, and you can just kind of keep sliding it in front of them, you know, because all you got to do is change some names. It's like, okay, well they left the elf city, so now instead of elves, it's all dwarves that are in that city, you know, or whatever. You know, you can do stuff like that. The other thing that's nice about it too, though, is if you're a DM and suddenly, and this has happened to me before, and your players take the speedy route through, like, you know, we were talking about if they take the speedy route, it'll take a lot less time. Suppose your players take the speedy route through this chapter, and suddenly you need an entire chapter 8 long before you have chapter 8 written. Well, you know what? This other campaign that I made a long time ago that these people haven't played, they have a good chapter that I can change a couple things. That'll be chapter 8. There it goes. That's chapter 8. So it can be a really good time saver, and it can really help you buy a lot of time if you have a collection of things to borrow from. So, yeah, so modular approaches to things are good. And it can also help with that motivation thing. If suppose you don't have the motivation for a full campaign, that's fine. Create a single cool cave dungeon, you know, that like it's pretty easy to make a generic cave. Caves, you know, have a pretty well-defined set of possible monsters within 5e. Start with a cave, you know, buy yourself some time to be creative by doing something a little more generic like that. And then you might find yourself thinking like, okay, once I'm done with this cave, oh, you know what'd be fun is if at the end of the cave they found this type of setting. You know, and they do that. Let's see, hold on, this is my work phone. And out of state when I am a state employee. I'm not gonna answer that. They can leave a message if it's important. My work phone gets more spam than my personal phone does, and it drives me insane. It drives me insane. I do not like it. And a lot of it is like evidence from the people, because like, you know, like just to save money, they recycle numbers. So when someone retires, that number gets then recycled and given to someone else, so that when they start doing it and they have their business cards, they put the number on there and you can do that. And it's usually not a big deal until you get a recycled number where the person was using it for their personal use. And so then you start getting texts and calls about like, oh, so-and-so missed their appointment, or are you so-and-so's parent? It's like, no, I'm none of those things. This isn't a personal phone. They shouldn't have been using it as a personal phone. You're gonna have to take it off of the call list. But yeah, if it's important, they'll leave a message. So anyway, that's actually a good way to kind of break me out of tangent rambling mode here. But I don't know. I like to take the time with those rambles because, like I say, while it's easy for me to think that I'm just like some scrub who doesn't really know anything about what he's doing, I do recognize that I've been doing this for a lot longer than most people who are like getting into the hobby. And I don't consider myself an expert, but I have learned a lot of tips that have helped me when it comes to writing, when it comes to DMing. So I try to take the time to explain that. So, with that in mind, if you ever have anyone else who has any other questions, like by all means, we can turn any of these sessions into a Q&A. Like I say, I don't have a time limit that I need to get this campaign done with. It's just a vessel for us to talk about different things that come up in designing and world building and all that kind of stuff. So, if we have other questions and the conversation takes us elsewhere, then sweet, I'm into it. I love the fact that there are people who are here and interested in what I have to say. Like, I find that incredibly flattering, and I really appreciate that, like, people are here having a good time. So, any questions, fire away. Like, about D&D. Don't, like, ask me questions about what I'm making for dinner tonight. It's buffalo mac and cheese. I'm doing buffalo chicken mac and cheese. That's what's for dinner tonight. So, you ask questions about it. You can ask questions about anything, but if you want it to be a focused stream that's actually helpful, probably keep it towards D&D. Also, I will not humor any questions about my medical records, because screw you, that's my personal business. Okay, the state of my bowel movements is not your business. It's barely my doctor's business, okay? I do everything I can to keep them regular, but sometimes things happen, and I've already told you more information than you need to know. Oh man, I'm getting the twofer. That's how I know I made the right decision tonight. I answer that. I'm getting a second call from the same location, but it's an entirely different number. Came back in the strange time of the conversation. Came back in the best part of the conversation. Oh my goodness gracious. Sometimes I ramble and it goes different places. People seem to like it. So I just kind of let my mind go. Also, this is the beauty. So this is the thing. Like, a lot of people will ask me, hey, do you ever want to be a full-time streamer? And I'm kind of like, no. Because as soon as like my paycheck is dependent on my streams, doing streams within a certain formula and providing certain types of content becomes an obligation. When I'm just sitting here doing it because I love doing it, I can do whatever the hell I want and it doesn't matter. And it's so much more fun that way. It's like if it gets to a point where people are paying me enough to just do what I want, then sure, great. But like, I don't have it in me to like monitor metrics and all that kind of stuff. So it's it just, oh boy. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Okay, so everything's exploding at once. Unrelated to the 2 spam calls that I just got on my work phone, I did just get a message from a coworker that I need to respond to. So this is a good time. I actually do need to go to the bathroom and I need to refresh my drink here. So I am going to take just a quick pause. I will keep it very short. I can already tell this is not going to be a long conversation, but I do need to go talk with a coworker super quick. So sit tight, enjoy the music. I promise we still have some good what time is it right now? Oh yeah, we still got like an hour and a half of streaming left. So I will be back shortly. I appreciate your patience. Yeah, when I get back, we'll work on some more of this part of the campaign. So yeah, like I say, this will be very short, I promise. So thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. All right, I'm back. I appreciate... Oh, boy. Sorry. I appreciate your patience. Sorry about that. Yes, I had to... Yes, definitely good that there are no browser threats. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had to take care of that. I'm just coordinating. My job includes doing a lot of inspections, and I'm going to be, at some point in time this month, coordinating doing some inspections, some joint inspections with a coworker, so we just needed to work on getting that worked out. And usually when I am talking with a coworker, when they reach out, it's best to strike while the iron's hot, because people can be hard to get, in touch with people, so. Oh boy. All right. What was I? Oh man. Yeah. Wow. Looks like we had some people show up. We got. Goodness gracious. Oh, so just you raided. I see what happened. Okay. Perfect timing. Nickel every time. I can't. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't know if there's ever been a time. Well, no, there have been. There have been plenty of times when like it was a good time for being raided, but it seems like I guess this is the way to phrase it. Whenever I have to like step away for some reason, like that's when like people come in with questions or we get raided or something like that. It is just, oh my gosh, the timing of it. At any rate, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, Sellout Jester. I appreciate all of you guys coming in and hanging out. I'm glad you guys are here. We should be clear to go to get back to working on some writing here. Yeah, sorry, it just, you know, we kind of were sort of discussing it. I love streaming. I absolutely adore it. But streaming is not what pays the bills. So when the thing that pays the bills comes calling, quite literally, I gotta answer that. Because without the bills paid, then the streams don't happen either. So, at any rate, we were kind of going over our outline for this next part of our campaign here, and I think what I'd like to do is try and come up with a couple more. I want to review these side missions that we've been working on, and then maybe plop in a couple extras, if we can, before we move on from this area. Kitty, you are so demanding. This cat, for anyone new who came in with a raid, my cat has been begging for her dinner for like the past hour and a half, and her dinner time isn't even for like another 2 or 3 hours. I don't know what's going on in her brain. Probably not much. She's just a cat. But boy, oh boy, she's something else. She is something else. Okay, so looking at our side missions, right? We've got our area. Are you gonna jump up on the desk? Oh, not quite. We were thinking about it. We're getting that demanding. All right. So let's see what we have for side missions and maybe plop in a couple more. I'd like to have probably at least 3 more, maybe even maybe 4 or 5 more. Kind of dropped in here, but let's see what we've got. Oh, you know what? We already kind of did have these things. Yeah, okay. Kind of had a placeholder. Okay, we had a couple placeholders here that we can probably flesh out. Maybe we should do that. So I have ancient elven texts. Within the temple are a lot of damaged and discarded texts. Within some of them are clues about how to deal with dark magical things, possibly including interplanar rifts. If players find and are attentive, they can possibly use this to reduce the number of enemies during the boss battle by the rift. Okay, yeah. I think that one's good as it is. And we'll add the details in as we're like doing all of the extra details for this actual section of everything that's going on here. So let's see. So we got that. A friend in the dark. Among all the spooky things happening in town, there is one ally for the players to possibly notice if they pay attention. Interactions come about in the same way as the bad things, but they are helpful if players listen and follow in order to avoid some of the other traps being set for them. That's right. So, like, okay, I remember kind of thinking about this one. When players return, this friendly may also help distract the monsters they are trying to rebuild the portal. Yeah. So, so if I'm remembering, so like reading it is kind of bringing back some of my thoughts on what I had about some of these. So I was thinking that, so like this whole chapter of our campaign is taking place, and there's like the drow that are there that are working from the shadows to try and capture and eventually kill our players, right? Like real horror movie type stuff. My thought is that maybe there's a being. I don't think it would be a drow. The drow, I think, are of pretty singular mind, and I don't know that I want to just play into the trap of like, yeah, they're all evil except for one, right? Like that's just a little too contrived. And when I think about like the history of the drow within my world and where they come from, I just don't think that would happen. I mean, like, I'm a big fan of like the concept of all sentient creatures have free will, and there's always the chance for some that are good. We're talking about a cult here, and I think I want to keep that pretty stable. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna try and pronounce your name here. I'm gonna say right now, I really appreciate the follow. I'm glad you're having a good time. Gadad Calamity Rebu. I hate mispronouncing people's names because it's like, you know, people put a lot of thought into their names. Sometimes they don't, but for the most part, I always assume people put a lot of thought into their names. So I hate mispronouncing them. But thank you for the follow. I'm glad you are having a good time, despite that you came in while I was not even here. But yeah, so this is an interesting one. This is actually from a world building standpoint. Got the rest right. Okay, all right. Yeah, got it. Cool. I'm just going to call you God. No, I can't do that. I'm the DM here. I'm God right now. You're in my world. I'm God. My players like to call me God, and I can't decide if I love it or hate it. But yeah, like from a oh, was it a misclick? Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I mean, it's annoying, but it's also kind of funny. Anyway, yeah, this one, I think from like a world building standpoint, actually, this is like my favorite part of this whole chapter. The concept of what, Odd Calamity Rebu, they're all fine. Yeah, they are. They are all fine. I'll try and remember to use them interchangeably and just at random intervals. That's the most fun. But yeah, like this I think is the most interesting thing, because when I think about, like I say, so the drow are the result of elves that couldn't escape during the unhinging. They couldn't escape their city, and so they were all impacted by the magical radiation coming from the interplanar tear that exists there. And I don't think that's so, like, because they're like victims of radiation poisoning, it'd be like saying that there's a not evil drow within this setting and just the world as I have them would be like saying there's one random guy amongst a society of people that have been living in Chernobyl that is immune to radiation, right? Like, it just doesn't really make sense. So the idea of it being like one good drow doesn't make sense, because even if he were good, being surrounded, like, he would get found out pretty quick, because they're like pretty omnipresent within the city, even though they're not seen by the players. So it doesn't make sense for it to be there. So the friend, to me, I guess when I think about it, and when I'm thinking about them being present, I kind of like the idea of it being a creature, or maybe even a group of creatures from this rift, in this tear in reality, right, between the planes, where they are for the most part finding horrible monsters. But because the thing is so, okay, I'm definitely gonna enter a world building tangent here, but I think this is a cool one, and it's an interesting thing to think about, and maybe it'll give some other people some interesting ideas for whatever they're interested in working on and writing over time. When we think about, a lot of times when we're writing things, we have a very, like, for D&D, I'm speaking specifically to, like, D&D campaigns and stuff like that, and within, like, the worlds and lores, whether it's lore as written or lore as an inspiration for your own personal thing. When we're writing these things, we tend to be a very material plane-centric perspective as we're doing it. Everything, it's very much a, like, and we can't help it because it's all we know, right? In reality, there aren't, you know, there isn't a Feywild that we can just, like, find a fairy to teleport us to, right? That's not how reality works. Unless you believe it does, in which case I'm not going to tell you not to live your truth, but I have yet to see evidence myself. Point is like it's very natural for us to think about things as being like material plane centric, much the same as how until basic astronomy was figured out, all maps, like all assumptions about the universe, were that the sun revolves around the earth, right? Like that's just how it was with the knowledge that we had. um and so it's not exactly the same as that because we're talking about fiction, so we can do whatever we want with it. But that's just how our brains are wired to think about things. Like that is the reality, and that's how we do it. But the fact of the matter is, if we're assuming all of these planes coexist, then anything that's happening between two planes impacts both of them equally. So when we think about that from a perspective of what I've talked about with my world, how there was the unhinging, which is, again, just to reiterate, because I know there's a couple new people in my world, imagine that all the different planes of existence, right? You have your elemental planes, your ethereal planes, Feywild, all that type of stuff, mortal plane. Imagine all of them exist within a jar of various liquids. Like each plane is a different liquid of a different density, so that they all separate into different layers, right? And so like each layer is a different plane. They are next to each other, and you can kind of move from one to the other with intentional purpose, but they separate themselves and they are separate places of existence. And depending on your density, you will exist within a specific plane, and that's kind of where you exist. The unhinging, the cataclysmic event in my world, is like someone took that jar and shook it up, so that now we have little bubbles of planes that got ripped from their original existence and thrown into other ones, and there's tears and there's free flowing happening between it, and there's all this stuff that is happening. So it's a couple thousand years after that, so things are starting to percolate. And so that's the state of our world. But the thing to think about is it's not just that. Suppose the mortal realm is one that's right in between all of the others, right? And it's like water that's not the most dense, it's got oils above it and it's got more dense liquids below it, right? It's not just that those other layers invaded our water layer, our material layer. It's that parts of the material plane went elsewhere, and all the parts of the other layers went everywhere else. So it's easy for us to think about like, oh, there's a tear that goes into the, it goes into like the shadow realm or whatever you want to say. And to think like, oh, okay, so if it's between this and the shadow realm, then only like dark, twisted shadow realm creatures are going to come through it into the material plane. But if we're actually thinking about the state of this cataclysm, we have all kinds of creatures from every other plane that also ended up in the shadow realm. Which means that you can have creatures that have essentially like realm hopped from 7 different realms to the material plane. So you could, in theory, have a celestial creature that ended up in Shadowfell and then worked their way through different planes and found themselves in the material plane in some way, shape, or form. So when I'm thinking about this ally, I think what's interesting to me is the concept that maybe, because our drow are drawing in, like there's primarily going to be Shadowfell, or Shadow Realm, Dark Realm, whatever realm. I haven't even really decided what the realm is going to be at this stage. But it's going to be primarily dark, twisted creatures because that's the energy that's like corrupting the drow. So that's the primary one, just like how we're in the material plane. And so primarily everything is material plane with pockets of not material existence or creatures or what have you. So it stands to reason that most things coming through that tear in this part of the reality are going to be those dark, twisted, evil, nasty creatures. But it makes a lot of sense to me that perhaps there was a displaced creature that was from a different, less evil realm that was then displaced into the shadow realm and then found their way to that tear and found it preferable to be in the material plane to the dark, twisted shadow realm. And so they've made their way there as part of their journey to eventually find their way home to whatever their plane is. So what I'm thinking is, this ally, this friend in the dark, is not going to be a drow that had a change of heart or a drow that wants to escape the cult. Although I think those are perfectly compelling stories, that's not the story I'm telling right now. That's not the setting I'm building right now. I think it's more interesting if it's this other enigma creature that players may or may not learn and understand. Are you coming up, Kitty? Or are you begging? You're begging. Okay. Well, if you want to come up, you let me know. But if you're just begging, then leave me alone. But I think it'd be interesting for that to be a creature from not this dark realm that the drow are pulling everything in from. because it makes more sense. And I think it's just, I mean, honestly, from a world building standpoint, I think it's more exciting to think about like there being multiple creatures from like warring states of existence existing here. And I don't know, and like that, it may or may not be interesting to other people, but like this is the exact reason why I say I am a world builder before I'm a DM. These are types of things that ultimately, from a gameplay standpoint, do not matter. Like you can add the detail, which makes it a bit more immersive for players to learn about, like, oh, where did this creature come from? Who's this guy that's helping us? Is it one of the drow? Is it an elf? Is it someone who is immune to the magical? Like, who is this guy? But mechanically speaking, it doesn't matter, because what we're creating is dangerous world, ally to help. You could leave that ally 100% a mystery, or you could take the easy route of being, there's one drizzt, right? There's one friendly night elf that wants to help them. So you can take a lot of different approaches to it to just have the important mechanics, and you cannot think about this at all. But to me, it's thinking about these things and understanding why the world is the way it is that makes it much more interesting and compelling. And it's why I like world building so much as a hobby, because these types of things fascinate me, trying to understand how this impacts the entire world and how that world is experienced by anyone. Hi, Kitty. Knew she was going to come back up. Hi there. Are you going to come bother us for another, like, 5 minutes before you dash off to go do something else and pout? I know. She has now switched to the approach of, look at me, I'm so sweet. Don't you want to do the thing that is loving to me, which is feeding? Like, she's like begging for attention. She's gonna come over and snuggle in my lap, and she's going to be, oh, look at me, I am such a sweet cat. I'm going to rub my face all over you and your chair because I love you so much. Please feed me. Oh my goodness, I love you so much. That's the tactic she's taking right now. She's purring so loud because she is such a sweet kitty. How could I ever not do things that would please her and make her so happy? I know, you're a demanding one. Yeah. I don't know if her meows are showing up or a kid being caught in the mic. Kitty. Cats are awesome. They're such turds, and I love them for it. Like, that's the thing for me. Like, I don't know, maybe this says something about my personality. Like, I love dogs, don't get me wrong. I love dogs. I absolutely adore dogs. But as a baseline, dogs are pretty unconditionally happy, right? Like, dogs are pretty much just like, oh, I love you, and I mean that, and I have no ulterior motives. You get some breeds of dogs and some individuals that kind of tap into that, but as a general rule, dogs are just like, oh, I'm just happy, and whatever you provide me makes me so happy. I love that cats have conditions to their love. Like, my cat, I have no doubt that she loves me. I know, I have no doubt about that. But I also know that right now, the only reason you are here expressing that love is because you want something from me. And it's so obvious because as soon as I move, see, watch this. I backed up and immediately beeline for the kitchen. There's something very obvious that she wants. I know, that was a mean trick. I'm sorry, honey. I love cats, man. Oh, they're so hilarious. They're so hilarious. Hey, anyway, sorry. I've spent so much time talking about my cat this stream. I'm sorry. I have a problem. Although we did confirm right at the very beginning that she's more popular than me. First question within the first 5 minutes of the stream is, you mentioned a cat. I want to see the cat. And yeah, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. But yeah, so anyways, just returning to this. There's one ally for players, so I'm gonna put a little bit of notes here. I'm not ready to like put a final answer about who this friendly character is, but I want this friendly character in here, and I want them to not be an item. Do you want to come back up since you figured out that I'm not feeding you right now? Are you coming up? Oi. Do you want to come up? Staring at me, is that because you want to come up and try again? I know, honey. Do you want to be on my lap? Come here. No, you don't want to. We want to pace. All right, well, whatever. So, okay, so yeah, I want to put a little placeholder. Not a drow. The drow exist because of the magical radiation damaging them, not because of personality traits. Like these guys, like these drow, and so like this is the thing that I want to make clear too. Like this isn't a like they're all evil because there's some sort of like D&D racist assumption that they're all evil. Like these guys are just like they are physically broken, right? It's like saying that they are evil because of the magic thing. It's not because like they all have to be evil. It's not a horrible thing. It's like it's equivalent to saying like, yeah, people with broken arms can't throw a ball. Like it's not because they lack the willpower to do it. It's because their arm is literally broken, right? And that's like what their state of mind is. Their brains are literally broken. That's just who they are. So it's like it's not a malicious thing per se to create them this way, at least as far as I see it. Like I'm not maliciously saying like, oh god, I hate dark elves, just make them all evil. It's not like that. It's like this is the way they are within this. And like the other thing too is like within this community, that's what the results are. The nature of it is I think it's entirely possible for there to be dark elves that exist, because like my thought is multiple tears between that same realm and the material realm near elves will always have the same effect to make them drow, right? Make them the dark elves. If any of them leave the influence, whether it's because the tear closes or not, then any subsequent, offspring of these drow are not subjected to the same breaking stuff. So they can, in theory, resist it. But that's not what's happening in this city, right? So that's the situation here. So the drow exist. So I will put that one little caveat here. The drow exist in this area because of the magical radiation damaging them, not because of personality traits. Right? They're broken, and that's not meant to be like a mean thing. Oh my gosh, Kat, did you just hate fart at me? Oh, that's some stank. I think she might have just let a vengeful toot out at me. I think that might have just happened. Oh, whew. Golly. Oh, that pure protein diet. Like it does great. It's doing wonders for your fur coat. Very shiny, very smooth, very soft. For your GI. Woo. Oh boy. Let's see, in your world, those are very close into the world. Physically limited in the world. You don't belong unless you're especially powerful. God bless levels is powerful. Interesting. I think, and honestly, I think that's kind of a cool concept. Like, it's almost like where you like are originally from is your source of power as just a creature that exists. If I'm understanding it right, I apologize if I'm mischaracterizing it, but that's an interesting thought. I like that. I like that one. See, mine's almost the opposite, where it's like displaced creatures end up being incredibly powerful, and it's like from an invasive species standpoint, where it's like the realm that they are not from does not have natural balances to keep whatever abilities and powers they have in check. So it's like a creature that has like, Feywild powers doesn't, like, there are no, if you knock over my monitor, so help me, that is new levels of bratty, cat. But yeah, so it's like, so mine's almost the opposite, but I like where yours is coming from too. That's why I love, that's why I love just talking about world building and like DMing and stuff too, because I love all the different ideas that people come up with. I love how diverse different people's ideas are. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. Because it's like, I'm a pretty creative fella, but I only have one perspective, which is my own. So I love hearing what other people come up with. It's so much fun. So I love doing these streams. And I don't even care if I get a whole lot of my own writing done, because like, this is so much fun. Just these conversations. I love it. I love it. And it makes us all better DMs because we all share ideas. So if eventually start off in the overworld, those get transferred and taken into the soul realms. Okay. Interesting. It gives me a better picture. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Like, and that's just an idea that like I would have never thought of. And so I love hearing it. I love hearing ideas that other people have. Like, as that's the thing too, is it's like, You know, sometimes people will get upset, like, if they present an idea and I don't use it in my world. It's never an insult, like, I think your idea is bad. But it's always like, you know, like, we all have our different worlds that we're creating and stuff. And so it's like, sometimes there's good crossover, and other times things just don't fit from one creation to another, right? And I think all of it is awesome, and I love it. I love it. Okay, so now to draw, I want to say creature that was displaced into the realm beyond beyond the tear that's in the woods and escaped that realm into the material realm as part of their own journey, as part of its own journey. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm more excited to like start diving into that one and fleshing that one out more than like any other actual part of this campaign right now. Like, that is such a cool concept to me. Ah, fun stuff. Okay. Anyway, Elven crafting 1, 2, and 3. That's right. I had a couple ideas to do a few Elven crafting things. This is where like some of those runes that we were working on earlier today can kind of come into play, right? Because we can plant part of these as part of the stuff. Throughout the different parts of the city are various components to create powerful Elven items that can help with survival in town as well as in the future outside of town. So it's like the thought is that, you know, you can plant a recipe or two early on in one of the earlier sections that they get to, and then later on they can find the components to create those items, similar to how they're looking for components to create or to fix up their teleportation circle to get out. And so I don't think that actually needs any more detail, and I like the idea of there being a few of them. I might take away one of those if I can think of something else to add, but I kind of like that. Helm's Empower and stuff is highly emotionally focused. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about souls, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. So I think that's cool. I think that's really cool. Is that okay? Again, I apologize if I'm mischaracterizing, and this might be a lore and a fandom that you're not part of, but that starts making me think of like the keyframe concept behind like the Coheed and Cambria, like musical, like the albums that they create, as well as like the world that exists in the comics that he's made. Is kind of what that makes me think of. I think he calls it like the keyframe, like keyframe extraction and stuff like that, where it's like the worlds kind of are bound by this energy that he finds out is kind of like the existence of souls. Is kind of what it makes me think of. Again, like I don't mean to mischaracterize or say that it's a stolen idea. It's clearly not exactly that, but that's what it makes me think of. Which is, again, just so many cool ideas. And then what was this last one? Friends in the Rift. During their time near the Rift, there will be evidence for the players. Perhaps other friendly beings are imprisoned near or in the Rift. Players take time to help them. I haven't heard of it. Yeah, it's, you know, it's a, I love Coheed and Cambria. They just released a new album recently. But they're a band, and all but one. They did one album that they wanted to do some music that wasn't related to their extended storyline. But all of their albums are like concept albums that are stories of characters within like this world that the lead singer created. And he has comics for a lot of the albums. Like a lot of the albums he's written a companion comic for. And it's so cool. I love the idea behind it. Because not only that, but it's like it's rad music. I love the music. Very like not quite metal, maybe more like hard rock is kind of what I think of it as. Not like you know, Nickelback style hard rock, more so within like the realm like prog metal type of hard rock, prog rock type of stuff. At any rate, I love it. Highly recommend Coheed and Cambria. Always worth listening to if that's your genre of music. If you like, you know, if you're into like pop or easy listening, you might not care for them all that much. But okay, so Friends on the Rift, immediately what I'm thinking, given what we were just talking about with A Friend in the Dark, players take the time to help them. These people may help distract the monster. Extended idea. These people are the same as the person helping them earlier. So one person was a scout looking for help for the rest of his/her people that are trapped and want out. The friend is, oh man, this could be such a cool dynamic. Holy crap, this is exploding. Brain blast. I'm like Jimmy Neutroning all over the place here. That came out weird. I'm not gonna say it that way again. I'm having a Jimmy Neutron moment over here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so okay. Okay, so this friend has been helping them survive, but also guiding them towards the rift. Towards the rift, the tear, right? So it's like it adds that complexity of that confusion that can make the players wonder. So that gives us permission to be a bit more blatant in what this guy does from the shadows as well. Like, he's staying in the shadows so he doesn't get spotted by the drow, right? But we can add a lot of confusion to there because we can have this thing where he's like he's helping the players stay alive and helping them find things, but also helping the drow lead them towards the rift, because he wants them there to help free his people. So like, you can add this complexity of like players trying to wonder, is this character good or is this character bad? Oh my god, I love this so much. Holy crap, I love this so much. Like, this is something that could almost serve as its own, like, as its own primary mission within this area. This isn't even a side mission. Like, if we didn't have our overarching world mission of trying to find all of these keys, we could just pluck this out, abandon the key concept altogether, and just use this, and it would be its own isolated campaign, where it's like they go in there and like they meet these people, these evil people, as well as this one good character, and like the whole thing is them trying to get out, and then they get halfway through. Like, you just beef this up a little bit with a few extra things. You've got like a full campaign right here where there's, because it's got like allies and enemies, and it's got like questions about if people are switching sides and everything. Oh, I like this. I like this a lot. Raises questions of if he is, well, if they are, because I haven't decided if it's a he or she, if they are good or bad. In truth, is the enemy of the drow, as they want their people to survive, that is desperate enough that they were willing to fool and use the players. Oh yeah, I love this. Oh man, what an awesome complex character. Okay, so like, I want everyone to notice something too, because I have a lot of times people will express that they think it's impressive, like, particularly my players will say this, how like they think it's impressive how much planning and stuff that I can do and how good I am at weaving a web. I want you guys to pay attention to what just happened here, okay? Because 5 minutes ago, I had no idea about any of this. This was not even a thought in my brain, okay? The stuff I come up with, 100% on accident. This isn't something I've been planning for weeks or months or years. This isn't some like big payoff. There isn't some formula or system I use. This is 100% me going, what if there was a good guy that wasn't a drow here? What if he had friends? Oh my god, what if he's using the players to help his friends, so we don't know if he's good or bad? All just complete accidents. So like the reason I say that, because I've had it happen in the past where people have tried to, like, whether they meant to or not, have basically expressed this mindset that I'm some sort of like extra special creative person. I'm not. There's nothing unique about my brain or what I come up with. All I do is I write down the random ass thoughts that I have until enough neurons fire that some of them connect with each other, and suddenly it's like, oh, I accidentally came up with a good idea, right? And I want to point that out, because I know that sometimes people will almost have the opposite effect, where they'll see me come up with things and they'll think, I could never do that. It's like, of course you could. I'm not trying to do anything here. I'm just I just let my brain wander. Like, anyone can do that. It takes a little practice to get used to knowing when to write down what things your brain wanders into, but anyone can come up with this. This is a complex, cool, interesting, layered, intriguing story that I've come up with here. And I'm quite proud of this idea that I've just come up with. But there's not any sort of particular skill. I never went to school to learn any of these things. I wasn't born able to do these types of things. I allow my brain to wander enough until eventually things like this happen. So anyone who's worried that they can't do this themselves, you're wrong. You can do this 100%. Just start writing down whatever random bullshit you come up with until you notice that you have a couple ideas. You're like, wait, these things kind of work together. And then suddenly you've got a complex web of story woven together, causing intrigue and challenge for your players. Or if you're writing a book or whatever, right? So just, I don't know. Don't shortchange yourself. Trust that you can also come up with cool ideas. And, like, the other thing about it, too, is, like, I'm sitting here, I'm willing to say, this is a cool idea. This is a cool idea. I am proud of it, and I am ready to go. I am ready to do this, and I am confident that this is a cool idea. Let yourself have that confidence, too. Many of us, especially people who try to create things, lack the self-esteem to recognize and appreciate your own good ideas. And I struggle with that a lot, too. I always have. It takes a lot of practice to appreciate your own good ideas. But if you come up with a good idea, give yourself that pat on the back. Baby, you deserve it. You come up with something cool? Hell yeah. Own that. Recognize you came up with something awesome. I did something cool here. I've done a lot of cool things here. With some help with some people, too. But a lot of the stuff that I've written here, even, like, you know, and I know that's cool. And I know I've written good stuff because I have stuff that I don't stream that I've come up with, too. So I know my brain can come up with cool things. But I also know that it's not because there's anything special or unique. I'm just a dude who comes up with stuff and recognizes when I do it. So, you know, have pride in yourself. Have pride in the stuff you make. I don't know. Rant over. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That'll be $800, please. God, can you believe people get paid to be motivational speakers when all they do is they come up and do exactly what I'm doing right here? They just ramble about things that people like to hear about. Because, like, that's what being a motivational speaker is. You give the same speech to like 70 different businesses in a year, and you get paid big bucks to do it. That means they had one good thought that people liked, and people told them they liked it, and so they're like, well, I'm just going to go repeat it, but I'm going to get charged $1,000 per person per seminar to do it. God, that's what I should be doing. You know what? Okay, free streams are over. Free streams are over. From now on, that's it. That's it. We're all done. We're all done. No more. I'm cutting you off. All right? From now on, I'm opening a Patreon. And there's going to be one tier. It's going to be the $1 million tier. And the only people that get to watch my streams are the people who pay it. So that's it. Just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that because no one would pay any money for that. Anyway. Alright. Yeah. Sorry, that was a weird tangent. That one traveled a bit, didn't it? That one we went on a journey there. Thanks for coming with me. I appreciate it. I'm glad I wasn't down that cuckoo land all on my own there. And also, for the record, if anyone ever wants to clip any weird random ass rants that I have just to document my insanity, please do. It'll probably help my family when they wonder what went wrong. You can see it all this, you can highlight it, and they can be like, oh, yeah, no, we see it. Okay, yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. Now I understand why he ended up on top of the Empire State Building in his underwear, throwing bananas at people. I get it. I get it. His descent into thinking he was King Kong. It's clear as day now. Alright, is there anything else that I need to flesh out for this? I think it might be good for now. Players take time to help them. These people may help distract the monster. These people are the same as the person helping. Yeah, we got tiered lists. We got all that stuff there. I think that's good. I ever design or write events that happen in the world independent of PCs, of their progression, politics, risk opening, changes, and frequently visited places. Kind of. I kind of write everything so that it has the potential to do that. So like this situation here is one that I probably wouldn't follow up on. But you can kind of see where my brain is coming from. This stuff that we're talking about, so like with this character here and like these other people that are trying to escape, this is all stuff that happens regardless of if the players are there, right? Like we're fleshing it out because there's the chance our players could interact with it, but the way I see it, all of this stuff is stuff that's happening. And so in theory, this will happen regardless of what the players do. That said, unless they actually showed up here, like if they ended up taking the campaign in such a different place that they didn't even come here, if they decided and somehow miraculously either win or lose, if they just decided, you know what, screw this, we're level 5, let's go take out that ancient dragon, screw that guy, and they just went and did that, like I wouldn't have this thing still going on. But I do design a lot of things that will, like, choosing to not act or not follow through with it, may and will have consequences, I guess is the best way to put it. So it's like if I drop a hint that like this thing is happening, so like I will drop out like mission hooks, usually side mission hooks that are along the lines of so and so is hiring such and such people to do this, we'll pay this much, and if they don't do it, I will have it be that the next time they come in, there's like some other guard or hero that did take up the job that's like being popular then, you know, and it might change who the richest person in town is because that person's suddenly richer, and so suddenly that person might be more important. So I will sometimes do stuff like that. There are a lot of things that exist that way, but those are things that I haven't necessarily taken the time to flesh out because, excuse me, because I spend so much time doing DMing stuff, my writing is pretty focused on doing stuff that is for campaign module creation. Between streaming and between being a DM for my players, that pretty much consumes all my writing time. So I don't write a lot of that stuff down, but in my world, 100%, there are things that can and do happen regardless of what the players do. And like the other thing to that too is, so like my players, we started a new campaign recently. Everything they did in the old campaign is true and has happened, right? So like chronologically speaking, this one kind of follows subsequently because we're talking about scopes of thousands of years. So one campaign that takes over the course of a couple months, we can kind of have everything chronologically happening. So if they traveled, it's in a different part of the world, but if they traveled to that part of the world that the last campaign took place in, I would at least drop hints about stuff that did happen, if not like follow-up epilogue type stuff for them to just sort of enjoy as Easter eggs. Because in my mind, that happened. That is all canon, right? When I'm writing for a campaign, the idea is when they do that campaign, that is chronologically the next thing that's happening. Everything that I'm writing is stuff that is like at the present or past. So that way what they do becomes the future, so to speak. And then that becomes the new past for the next thing that I write. So kind of yes, a little less explicitly so, and not very commonly do I write it down, but those types of things definitely exist, and I think that helps players, like when you drop hints that that kind of stuff is happening, it helps players feel like there's a living world, that their actions have consequence. Because if you don't do that kind of stuff, it can be very easy for players to feel like it doesn't matter what they do or don't do because the story will always revolve around them. And while that's kind of true because that's how you have a game, it is fun for players when they have that sense of like, oh, this world is bigger than us. And so I will drop stuff like that. So like a good example was in the last campaign I was running with my players, one of them had a premonition dream given to them by their deity of choice. And that premonition was something that did what that like was happening in the world independent of them. And it was something that was happening to a place that they had visited. And when that character woke up, there was a storm in that location because it had to do with like a blue dragon, a storm dragon. And so like they could see off in the distance there was a storm happening. So like, yeah, things like that will happen as a way to just offer atmosphere and motivation for players a little bit. So I will do stuff like that, absolutely. Because it's fun for players. Did you want to come up? You want to come and beg up here? Okay, just don't knock anything over. Okay. So yeah, but yes, I do, and players tend to have fun with that. I don't put too much effort into it because there's just only so much time. Like if I were writing these as a full-time job, I would flesh more of that stuff out. But as it stands, I have limited time. But I do like the general idea, and I highly encourage people to do stuff like that within their games as well. The pieces coming together, come up with a menagerie of crazy ideas or force them together. I mean, honestly, Orange Ink, like, that's half of what I do, right? Like, so in this one, coming up with ideas, they kind of ended up flowing together, but it started off as a menagerie of random ideas, right? And that's kind of what I mean. Like, just write down your random ideas, and like, you might be like, and like, I mean, write them down. Like, keep a notebook that you might not use an idea for months, years, and just occasionally go back and read through it, because you might be like, oh, you know what, I had this idea like 2 months ago, I kind of forgot about it, but that's actually very similar to this other idea that I had here. Maybe I can kind of meld them together and turn that into a larger, more complex idea. Because I totally know what you mean. I absolutely do try to force some things together. Case in point, our players are looking for some keys to open up a door to a magic place in the middle of a Serengeti, and they are presently searching for one of them in the Mirkwood Forest, with a horror movie happening around them. So like, there's no thematic connection other than the one that I decreed, which is, this is where one of the keys are hidden. So like, yeah, absolutely, it happens. There are sharp tonal shifts, and that's the beauty of writing like a large, like, extended campaign module. Like, for me, that's one of the things I love, is you can really do that, and it actually works really well for a game setting that's like a long form game like D&D, because if the setting is always exactly the same throughout the entire thing, it feels very monotonous. So it actually really helps a game for there to be these sort of like disjointed alternative locations that don't seem to on the surface have a whole lot of relation to each other. So that's absolutely not a problem. If that's how your brain works, then like, lean into it, let it happen. Just have like, you know, just write your campaigns to then take place over the scope of, you know, an entire continent as opposed to in a single city, right? And be like, okay, yeah, for this one you need to travel up to the mountains in the north, and you're going to be in the mountaintops, so then you've got like snow ideas, and you can fit that in there even though it started off in a tropical jungle, you know? So just like, however your brain works, lean into it and use that as your strength. Let that be your strength, right? Definitely learn how to add another bit so you can diversify the stuff you do, but like, don't fight the nature of how you write. Learn to make it work for you. Like, learn how to make sure it works for you. That's another bit of advice. Like, I go through all the details, all the trouble to like write these full details and these world built modules and stuff like that. But I always tell people, if your method of DMing is to, at the end of each session, just kind of think like, okay, well, what's a fun thing that they can do next? And that's all the planning you do. If your players like it and it works for you, don't change it. Don't try to force yourself to do it the way I do, unless you want to, right? Because if that's the way you like it and your players are happy with the game that they're playing, don't fix what ain't broken, man. Work with what works for you. Do what you like to do. I say that sarcastically, but I mean it. So, we don't have time. We still got a bit of time. I like this, though. I really like this idea here. This is great. Okay, so we got a half hour. You know what I want to do right now? I want to start mapping out all of these locations into a physical visual map. For me, I am definitely someone who is, in many big ways, a visual learner. Like, I need to be able to read something. I need to see a demonstration in order for me to learn something best. And that extends to creating things, too. Okay. Thought I heard my cat eating a plant. That's the one naughty thing that she does. And I wouldn't be surprised if she resorts to that soon. Whenever she's mad at me for not feeding her, she will go eat plants because she knows it will get me up off the chair, because I hate it when she eats my plant. There's only one plant she does it to, my poor fern. The front of my poor fern is all chewed up from her. She doesn't even eat it as a baseline. She just knows that it bothers me. Little turd. But yeah, so at any rate, I'm a very visual kind of person. And that extends to creativity. Like, a lot of times it's easy for me to sort of like start piecing these things together if I can have a visual to work with. So we're gonna make a city / region map for Ashra Nalor here. Is what I want to do. So I'm using Wonder Draft. A lot of people will ask. I use Wonder Draft. I love it. There are many good mapping tools. This is not the only good one, but it's the one I've invested in, and I love using it. Um, it is a very fun one. I finally started adding different asset packs into a lot of these. So, you know, I can finally start adding some more stuff. But just in general, I love how it works. And the other thing that's good about Wonder Draft and its companion application, Dungeon Draft, for making battle maps, they are designed to convert very easily to the Foundry virtual tabletop system, which is what I and my players use. So it's a great system. Highly recommend it. But by all means, try many of them, because there are many different ones and they will all work well for different people. So the default of this system, though, is that it defaults to everything being water. So I just got to paint land here to make sure that we're working on land. That's all we need. I'm not going to worry too much about doing like elevation charts and stuff, because really the elevation also only plays a role with like, because now we like, say I'm creating water is what it's doing. Which kind of is relevant because we're ultimately just making a JPEG, so we can do whatever we want. Doesn't matter that it's all water, but I don't want there to be water, so. I mean, there'll probably be some water. We can add some lakes and fountains and stuff like that, but it's in the middle of the woods. It's not a lake shore. We ain't by the ocean no more. All right. So I gotta start thinking about kind of how I want this to be. And we're just gonna start with some real rough ideas of things. So all of these tree things will kind of like create random trees here, but I gotta figure out which tree pack I want to utilize by like just making big like swaths and patches to see what they look. See, that looks a little too like friendly and Serengeti to me, so I don't want to use those ones. Ooh, this might be a good one. This is a little this is still a little young forest for me. So, and this is okay, so this is just one of my things. I like different ages of forests will have different types of trees and different looks about them. It's true for deciduous and coniferous forests. But like this one definitely has a young forest look to me, because when I'm looking at all of these trees look to me to be roughly about the size of, say, a Christmas tree that would fit in your living room. So these trees are too small. This is a very old forest. We need big looking trees. This looks much more old forest. When we have these like lifted coniferous trees, this is looking much more old forest. So this is going to be a potentially good one for us to use to fill up our forest. So keep that one in mind. Oops, no. That in mind. See, these trees are looking very landscaping. They look very manicured. Not what I'm looking for here. So I'm going to use those. Oh, this is good old forest. This is a really good old forest. The only problem with this one is this one looks a little more southern grasslands rather than like deep forest. I think coniferous, using like pine trees, is going to serve this setting a little bit better. But we'll keep that one in mind as well. If I want to diversify a little bit, we can do that one. And then this is very much swamp trees. And this is not a swamp. Oh, this is just like going for that hand-drawn map look about it, which is a cool aesthetic, but not the one that I've committed to for my. Oh, and this is just. These are just weirdness. I don't like those ones. So, okay, so we're going to primarily stick to these ones. I liked the size of maybe. Trying to get the scale right is always difficult. The trees are obviously going to be bigger than like they would actually be. But I want to get the scale right. And a lot of times that can be easier if we start, say, with buildings. So with Ashford and Allure, and go through all of our assets. The other thing that we could do is we could use some of these trees here, but I think these will be too time consuming, and these are like very dead forest. Which this forest isn't dead. It's dark and corrupted, but it's not dead. But the aesthetic for the buildings that I'm thinking in Ashford and Allure, I kind of liked. I used one of them on our big map, and I kind of want to commit to it. Where is the set of buildings? Yeah, these ones that they have. Yes, here we go. This sort of like, this sort of more like Asian aesthetic type of thing is kind of what I had in mind. Just because And this, I don't know if there's maybe like a hidden prejudice in me. If there is, I apologize. But to me, when I think about like this style of building, right? These types of buildings, this strikes in me as sort of a very like working around nature. Like these are the types of buildings that would be surrounded by large old trees rather than having all the trees chopped down and be like a big manicured lawn. Like much more working with the environment. And that's kind of what I imagine the Elven city back of old, back when they were still alive, would have been like. So I kind of want to commit to this. And I'm not. Yeah, like, cause yeah, we can use some of these a bit, like, yeah, some of these buildings and everything. Oh yeah, and a lot of these. Wait, how are these? Like, kind of fundamentally the same, aren't they? But yeah, using a lot of these. Yeah, I think this is the aesthetic that I want to go to. So now the hard part is figuring out exactly the scale, because this is meant to be a sizable city. And we have the forest. So I'm thinking that so we talked about there's that one palace that's where the key is, and they can kind of get that right away. And so I'm thinking if we do like a palace with maybe 3 different wings, we can do like a wing of the city, a wing of the city, a wing of the city, and the palace is kind of like plopped in the center of all of them. And then we can just kind of, will it work? Oh, that's not quite, but I like the look of that, but I think I'm gonna undo that. I'm actually going to shrink the rest of the buildings down a bit, I think. And I think I'm just going to kind of place a lot of these around. Alt temple. What's this? They call this like Goda. I'm kind of using it really. The other thing though, hold on. Let's see about what if we did some central palace and the rest of the buildings are smaller homes. Right, and we could just like plop a couple of them down and make it look like there are things, because we can go paths. I don't think I'm gonna actually draw a path. I think I'm just gonna leave like obvious like highways that kind of branch out and like kind of separate the areas. Like if we do one that goes there, one that goes there, and one goes there, that kind of breaks into like thirds a little bit. Make it, you know, it doesn't have to be exactly, you know, like square and rectangular all the way through. But like if we go, so we'll just kind of dot a few of each building down at random, right? And that can kind of fill in the city. Oh, that's a big honker there, isn't it? This is meant to be like a sizable city, but like if we just kind of leave an open swath that goes there, kind of separating from there and there, and actually, you know what, I should be also putting in some of these areas here. They'll start kind of shaping up a little bit. As we start filling these in, we'll make sure that we leave that open, and it'll slowly turn into being open stuff. Do we? Oh, I already did that building. How big are these ones? Pretty big. I want smaller. Is that the same one as that other one? Oh, I see. Some of them like have. Might end up being kind of difficult. See, we can plop a lot of these little guys down here. Smaller buildings. Help us line our city a little bit. The only thing that I'm worried about now is if I'm dotting them too randomly. Like I feel like I need to actually develop some stuff here. So let me start fresh here. I didn't like where that was going. I want to try again. That's the beauty of doing stuff on the computer too. You can just try as many times as you need to. You can do whatever you need to do to make things look like what you're after here. So I want. This was a good temple. I liked this one as the temple. Pop that down. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna start with the paths, and I am gonna start by outlining some paths. and then we'll work around them, and then we can always delete our path as we need. So I'm gonna make these bad boys nice and big and thick here. There are so many. That's what so-and-so said jokes involved there. I apologize. That was just a little too on the nose. So we'll do paths that kind of emanate from here. That's our like main road. That's gonna be our main road. This is gonna turn into our forest here. We'll eventually, because I'm eventually gonna delete all these roads, but I want to do that, and then I want to now thin it out a little bit and do just like a few branching pathways that lead through. I don't actually want there to be a grid pattern. I don't feel like the elves would really respect or adhere to a grid pattern. So I kind of want to just do like a few things like this going throughout our city. And then we can just plop down a few. Oh, you know. Like a couple that go through here. And it's like this outer barrier that I'm making here, that's like the edge of the forest or something like that. Because then we'll put some of the forest stuff in there. Nice and deep black in there. Mm-hmm. There. Got another branch that goes over like that. There we go. So now we can just kind of plop some buildings around, and then I'll just delete all of these pathways at the end. And that'll work just fine. Perfect. So now let's go back to our symbols. Hold on, I actually gotta be... Okay, yeah, we got a little bit more time. I don't know if I'm actually gonna finish this map today, but we still got a bit of time to work, so I'm gonna go ahead and use it to its max here. They're actually nice little homes that could be like the... Wish I could... I don't mind this map being a little cluttered and full as well and disorganized. Because the thing to keep in mind is this is not in any way, shape, or form going to be like a battle map. This is just meant to be a flavor map. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it actually look like good flavor, not bad flavor. Like, I kind of want to just use these small houses to do the majority of it, and then we can start plopping down other nice houses and stuff. Other nicer buildings. There. Recognize that this kind of goes on. Because the thing is like the easier way to do it would be if we scroll all the way up. Yeah, like we could use, you know, these to kind of like fill in some space there, but that's just a different aesthetic than what I'm going for. I really wish they had this in some different building types, although... Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do kind of a combination of the two. I don't know if it's gonna let me. Yeah, it's not gonna let me undo. Good. Well, okay, get rid of all those. Let's go to our pathway. Like all of them will let me do that. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do kind of like a marriage of the two, and what we'll do is let's go down to the burning ring of fire. And let's set up ourselves a good, so there's our centralized temple. And then let's just take a few of these and have these be like notable locations, and we'll fill in the rest of the city with the more generic stuff else, like for the rest of it. So let's just kind of set up a couple interesting landmarks. They don't even have to be important places to visit necessarily. Like they're not even necessarily going to be places that our players are going to go. But if we set a few of these up, that'll add that flavor we're looking for. Give me... It'd be kind of cool here. Yeah, just to decorate it up a little bit. And there. Not important. Oof. Oh wait, I already used that. Look at that. That turns it into its own unique thing. That makes it kind of an interesting landmark there. So now if we just do that for a handful of landmarks, that one actually might be a little too far out though. I should put you guys like up over here. So now we can go to our symbols. These are the types of cheats. These are the types of secrets and cheats you only learn if you're really truly lazy like me. That's why you got lazy folks like me willing to share our secrets so that other people can be lazy too. You're welcome. But see, now we can kind of take this stuff, like fill these in. Use all of this stuff to kind of fill in around. And we can utilize all of these areas to kind of like have, like you can kind of like organize open patches, right? To kind of create the burrows, the separations like I was talking about. You know, you kind of create those, and you have this one kind of go over here, and then what we can do is we can kind of reflect it a little bit. And see, now there's our kind of like highway, like I was talking about, that travels through, and it looks a bit more of like a natural place. It just looks like there's different parts of the city that are more dense than others, right? And so there's like a natural little highway type of setting, and maybe there's just the temple itself stays pretty open, but you kind of set these up around here, and then if you wanted to mix it up too, you can have some of these other building sets and stuff here. So it's like you fill in those a little bit. Helps it look a little less uniform, maybe. See, now it's starting to look like a pretty big filled-in city. And we've kind of got our little pathways, and actually what we can do is just undo. So we just kind of have that one going around there. So there's like our city border there. And going up here, there's city border, right? See, now we've got some pathways and stuff going on that kind of make for some interesting stuff, and you can like kind of interact, like have that one there, that one there. So now we just kind of flesh some stuff out, fill in some slots and everything. Right, kind of fill this area in just a bit. And our landmarks are just kind of tucked in among all this stuff. It's looking pretty busy though, so I might thin it out a little bit. But if we kind of start off with all this stuff, and that's actually something we can actually thin. Kind of want to make these roads a little less obvious than they presently are. Okay, so if you do stuff like that to kind of narrow and make choke points and stuff. Because this wasn't a small city, but now that I'm looking at this, this is much bigger than the city that I wanted. This is much bigger and much more aggressively full. So we're going to try again. This is the other beauty of not being on any sort of time crunch. I can try this as many times as it takes to get it right. And try it as many times as it takes to get it right. And there's something beautiful and valuable in that. Because you don't want to You just don't want, like, if you're going to take the time to create something, if you can avoid it, you don't want to create something that you're not proud of. You know what I mean? Like, that's just always too bad. If you make something that you just don't feel good about, that's a real bummer. So I'm willing to take the time to do this as I need to. So I'm actually thinking, oops, no, I didn't want to do that one. I wanted the one that changes color with us. It's gonna be this one. There we go, that's the one that I want. So now that I need to take a second to just sort of like think about this. There's one other thing, there's one other approach that I can think of what I might want to do to fill things out a little bit here. So here's what I'm going to do. Check this out. Our little stuff here. Exactly. You got to trust the process. Trust the process and trust your instincts when you're writing something, right? Like, yes, there's things to learn that, like, maybe you didn't do well the first time. There's always things to learn. So it's like you always want to stay attentive to what you're doing and try, you know, and always be trying new things. But also, like, trust yourself. If there's something that you've made that you know that you're not, like, pleased with it, then, you know, trust that and try again. You know, like, you're making something, if you're the DM, your players are going to be experiencing this, and you want them to be enjoying the experience of it as well. And how can you expect them to enjoy it if you yourself are not enjoying it, right? So it's like, make sure that what you do is something that you're happy with and you're proud of. You know, like, give yourself that little gift and that bit of understanding. But I have an idea on how I can, you know, make something that I'm a lot happier with than what I've been doing. And so actually, you know what I want to do? I want to take, that one's too small. I wanted to take, go like this, this, this. Now here's what I want to do. Now I'm going to go back to our trees here. And what we're going to do, see, those are a little big. A little bit bigger than what I want the trees. Because the city is going to be immersed among the trees. I don't want it so as thick as the forest is going to be, so I'm not going to do my hold down, drag and drop, but I'm just going to place a lot of trees around. Oops, hold on. The one thing that I do want to do is I want to make sure our main temple stays clear. And so if we just start filling in some trees around here like this, gives our city, because you can still see, oops, I don't want that one there. I want a pathway that still is clear there. Right, and this like area is meant to be kind of open. Those signs trying to make it look like a bit of a, like a ritual type ground or something. But see, we've got the end of our city there, and this pathway that kind of goes, and then at this point is then going to like disappear into our thicker forest here. And I will probably thin this out a little bit. But for now, I want to fill this forest in right here. Right? So there's our forest. So now what I can do... I want to... See, now we can just kind of go through here and just do like a collection of like click and deletes here. So we can start thinning this area out a little bit. We can kind of thin out here to make sort of like a pathway of sorts. Right, but I want it to be like a not super obvious that it's a pathway. Because then the other thing that I want to add here, be a bit thinner as well. Definitely want the borders of the forest to be a little bit thinner too, so that way it doesn't look quite as jarring it getting thicker. We do this, and then what I want to do is I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to create opening here, and then we'll go back to our stuff here. And I know there exist closer. Where's what I'm looking for? Right here. And there's our rift, right? That's where the rift is. They've kind of created like a little area, and I actually kind of like the idea of them having maybe. Why is that one staying white? I don't understand. Trying to undo. Yeah, see, I don't understand why those ones aren't changing color for me there. Is there like a different set of them or something? Why those ones aren't. Usually you have them like, oh yeah, see, look at that. That's really weird that just that one. Oh, there we go. That one changed color. And then we can just like alt it. And there's their like ritual ground here. We do that, and then maybe this one. Okay, now they're all changing color. There. So that's where the rift is. It's kind of tucked in there. And there's a region map. Because then what we can do is we can like save, like this is where it gets really fun, where we can mess with players, right? So we give them a map of like the city, and they can kind of understand. And actually, you know what we can do with this now? I might change my tune a little bit on the pathway here, and like maybe just do our little dots, and we just make these like really tiny, just like really delicate pathways, right? That kind of goes, maybe that pathway goes off into the woods and kind of leads off into the woods, and then you can kind of, you know, do pathways that will lead to some different areas and stuff. And that'll make it look kind of like a city that's used and enjoyed, right? Have a couple pathways that connect various places. Have one that kind of goes up there, goes and connects there. One will go and connect there, right? So you can kind of just do all that type of stuff, and that makes it look a bit more like a city layout. Now you can have it like weaving around the trees and stuff, just like that. There. So I'm not gonna go through all of it right now because I'm already kind of over my time, like that I'm supposed to adhere to. But we can do stuff like that, and what we can do to mess with our players is we can, when we save this as like a JPEG or the image file that I'm gonna upload to my online game server, I can edit the photo and cut it off here, so that they only see this part, and they think like, oh, okay, so there's a little area of our city, and like you can do little numbered areas, be like, this is where section 1 takes place, this is where section 2 takes place, and stuff like that. And so that's how you know what part of like the details within your notes to kind of go to, and you can kind of put little landmarks for them. And then once they know that they have to go into the woods, boom, you give them the extended map, and then that's where they find the area, and so they know they have to go trekking through the woods to find that stuff. So we can kind of have fun with it. So I think this is a good start. There's a lot of work still to be done with this map. This is very rough. I'm definitely not pleased with exactly how it is, but this is a good start. This is the best start that we've gotten so far. So I like this, and so I'm going to save it. This needs to be saved. Just quickly save this here. Run lore. Save that. There we go. Map is saved. And we will probably pick up, next time we do writing, we'll pick up with this. But it is time that I do finally have, I have to go. I've got other things that I got to get done today, unfortunately. I kind of wish I could just sit here and write forever, but I can't. So let me just switch over here, and I can do my little sign off here. So thank you so much to everyone who stopped by. Lots of really cool conversations, lots of good questions today. This was a really fun stream. This was a really good return to writing. It's been a couple weeks since we've done a writing stream. I was itching to get back to it, and I'm glad we had such a good one to get back to. I'm glad you guys stopped by. If you want to stay connected in general, I do have my Discord server. Anyone is welcome to any of these. I have my Discord server. I have my Twitter. I put announcements on both Discord and Twitter. I try to interact with everyone. My cat's going to come here to say goodbye to. I try to interact a lot on Discord. Twitter, you can find me at EnviroStreams. So you're going to bump into the mic while I'm trying to advertise myself. Thank you. I know you're so mad at me, Cat. Twitter is there. Enviro Streams on Twitter. I have an Instagram. EnviroBoy Streams on Instagram. Instagram tends to be a lot more not stream related stuff. So if you're just curious, I mentioned I do kickboxing and stuff like that. If you're curious about that stuff, you can follow me there just to kind of stay connected. That's a fun way to interact with people. One of these days, I'm getting one over, and one of these days I'll probably start doing like a TikTok to put little like stream clips and stuff there. I'm bad with social media. I'm just going to say it right now. I am so bad with social media. I don't really care for it, but I also know that a lot of people like it, and I will say it has been fun learning how to do that as a way to further interact with, my audience. I do have a lot of fun using it that way because I like interacting with you guys. I feel very fortunate that I generally have a very cool, very interactive in positive ways audience. So I'm learning, and I will get there. So one of these days I might have a TikTok too where I can put little clips of stuff there. That one's in the works. But for right now, you've got those ones, and then I also have my YouTube channel, EnviroBoy on YouTube, where I upload all my VODs. So if you want to see other things that I've written, or if you want to keep up with my streams but it's hard to be there live, the VODs are there for you to use at your leisure. So those are all the ways you can stay connected. For this week, as of right now, I should be able to adhere to my usual schedule. My usual schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time Zone to 3:30 p.m. And usually we'll try to do Mondays and Thursdays are writing streams, and then Tuesdays and Fridays are gaming streams. So as of right now, I should be able to stick to that. But as with today, sometimes work calls, and I gotta pay the bills before I have fun. So as much as I would prefer to be here pretty much always, sometimes work gets in the way. When that happens, I try to put announcements at least on Discord, if not on Discord and Twitter. So, again, another reason to stay connected. But those are the announcements that I have as of right now. That's all that I got. So, again, I appreciate all of you guys. This was a really fun stream. I had a really good time today. And I thank you all for that. You guys are, like I say, I feel really lucky. I feel like I have a pretty cool audience. And I'm glad that it continues to be true as I keep doing the streaming thing. So thank you. Have a good rest of your Monday. If I don't see you, have a good rest of your week, although hopefully I'll see you later on this week. Either way, I appreciate you guys. Take care of yourselves. And yeah, I'll catch you cats on the flip side.